Hello, welcome to another video of Code Snippet, and this is going to be a one-shot video on Spring Security. If you are one of those Java and Spring Boot developer who are struggling to understand Spring Security, then you have arrived at a right place. In this video, we will make Spring Security very easy to understand, and by the end of this video, you will master Spring Security and will be able to implement it seamlessly. So let's get started without wasting any time. This is going to be another fun video, so sit back, relax and enjoy the show. Alright, so let's quickly jump into the agenda of this particular video. So Spring Security in one shot. So we are going to cover many sections and many topics in this particular video. So this is going to be a big video and I have added different timestamp on this particular video so that you can just go ahead and check the different sections whenever you want. You don't have to watch everything at one go. You can just go section wise and try to understand each section and implement each section separately so that you will have a step-by-step knowledge. So first of all, in section 1, we will start with Spring Security architecture. So we will see how Spring Security big picture looks like. And once you understand this big picture, you will be able to implement any kind of authentication like basic authentication, JWT OAuth. It is just a simple tweak to it and you will be able to implement it, right? Simple stuff, very, very simple stuff. After that, once we are done with understanding the big picture or the Spring Security architecture, we will move to basic authentication. So we will see what exactly is basic auth and how we can implement it. After that, in the next section, we will move to JWT, JSON Web Tokens, very, very famous topic. And a lot of people in the industry are using JWT authentication. I have used it in many of my applications. So we will see what exactly is JWT authentication. We will tweak this architecture to support JWT authentication and we will see the implementation as well. After that, we will move to section 4, which is basically Spring Security authorization. So once we see authentication, authorization is again a very, very important part. So we will see a authorization architecture over here. We will see how authorization architecture looks like. Again, it is very, very simple stuff. So authentication and authorization, there are two parts and both of them we will be looking into in this particular video, and it is basically pretty easy stuff. After that, we will look into the implementation of Spring Security authorization. Once we are done with that, at section 5, we will move to method security. Again, very, very important stuff. There are different annotations that will come into picture when it comes to method security. After that, user management is again important stuff. So in Spring Security itself, you will get a basic idea of what exactly is user management, but we will have an entire different section on user management, how we can manage different users. After that, OAuth comes into picture. OAuth is again a very, very famous topic and a lot of people in the industry is using OAuth. So first of all, we will see what exactly is OAuth, why we need OAuth, the overall flow of OAuth we will look into, and after that we will implement Google OAuth2. So we will see what exactly is the implementation of Google OAuth. So that is basically our last section in this particular video. So once you go through all these sections and practice it, you can declare yourself a master of Spring Security. You will know how easy it once you go through this particular video. Also, before starting this video, let's quickly go through the prerequisites that you need. So first of all, what you need Java, because we are going to look into Spring Security and you should have a basic understanding of Spring Boot as well. So if you don't know what exactly is Spring Boot, you can just go ahead and check out Spring Boot playlist on my channel. You will find the link in description. Even if you know the basics of Spring Boot, you should be able to understand this particular video. After that, we are going to make use of H2 and MySQL databases to store some user information and other things. So you should have a basic understanding of that. After that, filters in Spring Boot. So I have covered what exactly are filters inside Spring Boot. So you should just go ahead and check out this particular video. You will find the link in description as well, where we have discussed this particular architecture, which is basically filters, because there will be different filters coming into picture when we look into Spring Security. So you should have a basic understanding of filters. So you can just go ahead and check out this particular video. So that is basically pretty simple prerequisites. And if you want to understand Spring Security, you must be aware of that already. So now let's get started with first section, that is Spring Security architecture, and let's look into the big picture. Alright, so let's get started with Spring Security architecture. So this is what we are going to look into inside this particular section. So we will start with what exactly is Spring Security. We will look into the definition and we will try to understand what exactly is Spring Security. After that, we will see what exactly is authentication and what is authorization, what is the difference between them. And at the end, we will jump to the architecture part and we will understand the entire architecture. And also another part is basically the source of this particular video. So if you go to Spring documentation, so So this is basically the documentation of Spring Security 644 is the latest version basically. And here we have a glimpse of the architecture, right? So we have all these things written over here. So we are going to go through all these things, but in a very easy way. That is basically the source of this particular video. I will just add the link in description. And in between, we will switch to this particular documentation in order to relate few things. Now let's get started and let's see what is Spring Security. So Spring Security is basically a framework designed inside Spring in order to secure your application. Now how it will secure? It will protect our APIs or web applications or our microservices from unauthorized access or attacks or security threats. We are writing our application, we are managing everything, we are doing all these things. We are storing data inside database, we are doing all these things. But what if our application is not secure? What if the user data that we are storing inside databases is not secure? That is a problem, right? Anyone could attack your application. A group of people called hackers could attack your application and get whatever data they want. They have many ways to do that. To prevent from that point, something called as Spring Security comes into picture, and it's a very, very important framework inside your Spring Boot application. So that is basically Spring Security for. Now let's quickly try to understand what is authentication and authorization. We will just define it and we will just try to understand it, and we will look into all these things in detail when we actually jump inside the framework. For now, let's understand what it is. So what is authentication? Authentication is basically identity verification. Authentication is a process of verifying who you are. When we say authentication, a user will be authenticated. We will know who the user is, and it ensures that the user is legitimate before granting access. So basically we will check if the user is valid or not. After that, what is authorization? So authorization is basically access control, and this is the next step once your authentication is successful. Once the user is authenticated, after that the authorization comes into picture, which defines what you can do inside your application. What you can do inside the application you have logged in. So there may be 1,000 features inside your application, but which feature you can access, that is something which will be defined by your authorization. And it ensures user only access what they are allowed to. For example, if the user is admin, he will be allowed to access everything. Or if the user is basically a normal user, then they have access to limited features. So that is basically your authorization. So authentication and authorizations. So this is basically very, very brief idea of it. We have just defined what is authentication and authorization. We will go into details of it. This is very initial stage and we are trying to understand the terminologies over here. Now let's jump into the architecture. Right? Let's jump into the architecture. Before that, let me show you some cool stuff. So this is basically the weather service that we have seen already. This is basically the existing application. So I'm using existing applications only over here. So we have this weather controller which have bunch of APIs over here, and one of the API is a health check API. So I have added this health check API over here. What it is doing, it is just returning that the application is healthy, nothing specific. Now what I can do, let me just quickly run this application. It's already running. I will just stop and rerun. So it should be started by now. So my application is started. What I will do, I will just try to hit this health endpoint, right? So what I will do, I'll just go over here and I will say localhost weather health. Once I hit enter, I will just get that, okay, dude, my application is healthy, which is basically the string that I'm passing over here. Now what we can do, let's go back over here. Now this application is not secured. We don't have Spring Security implemented. So if you see over here in the pom.xml, if I try to search for security, then I'm not able to find anything because I did not add it. Now what we can do, let's try to add Spring Security. So what I'm doing, I'm just trying to add Spring Security, and in order to do that, what we can do, let me just go to this particular page over here, and let's try to find out this particular dependency. So in order to get started, you need to add Spring Boot starter security dependency inside your pom.xml, right? So what I will do, I'll just copy it and I will just add it. Nothing big. I will go over here inside Maven. I will just reload the Maven so that this guy downloads the dependency. And what I will do, I will just start this particular application, stop and run. Now let's see what happens. Now if you can see over here, then this guy inside our trace is giving something using generated security password. So this guy is giving us a password. Till now what I did not do anything specific. I just added one dependency and this guy is giving me password, right? What is going on? So let me go back over here and let me try to reload the endpoint that we were hitting, right? So I will just click on reload. Now, did you see what happened? Did you see what happened? This guy is asking me for username and password. What I did I implement anything big? I just added a dependency and my application is magically secured. This guy started asking me username and password. So now we can access our application by using this password that this guy printed inside our console. And again, what this guy is saying, this generated password is for development purpose only. Your security configuration must be updated before running your application in production. Okay, dude, that sounds fair because we cannot use this password everywhere. So what I will do, I'll just copy this, and the default username is basically user, and I will just add in this particular password and I will say sign in. Once I do that, then I'm able to access stuff. So that is basically magic of Spring Security. Now what is happening behind the scene, right? That is something we are going to look into now. Right, so we have seen what is Spring Security, we have understood and defined authentication and authorization. So let's now jump into the architecture part of it. So let me just go to the canvas, right? And this is basically the example that we have seen when we were looking into filters. So we have understood what exactly are filter. And we have seen that there is something called as filter chain, which is basically chain of filters. And we have also understood that filters are part of Servlet API, which has a separate life cycle apart from your Spring application. So this is basically a separate thing. Now we don't need all this part, right? This is basically application once your authentication is successful, right? So we don't really need it. So I will just mark it as abstract. So just application we will see. So we will just look at it as an application rather than looking at the components of it. And we have this chain of filters. Now when we add this particular dependency, that Spring Boot Starter Security, then a chain called as security filter chain gets added. So here one more filter called as security filter chain, which may have multiple other filters, will get added to your list of filters. So this happens when you add support for Spring Security. Now if you go to this particular architecture, that is Spring documentation, then you will find many parts over here. So first it is saying a review of filters. So what exactly are filter chain? This is something which we have already seen, and this is part of Servlet API. Now these guys are talking about something called as delegating filter proxy. Now what is delegating filter proxy? Now if I go back over here, and if you see over here, then we have something called as Servlet API. Servlet API is basically a separate life cycle from your Spring application. So you have Spring application and you have Servlet API. Both are different things, right? We are integrating those now. And filter is a part of this guy, Servlet API. So Servlet API have its own life cycle. Your Spring Beans have its own life cycle. Your filters will not have access to any of the beans. So these two are separate things. What we want is we want a bridge between these two. We want something that will connect our Servlet API lifecycle to our Spring application context. That is when something called as delegating filter proxy comes into picture. So if you read it out, Spring provides a filter implementation named delegating filter proxy that allows bridging between the Servlet containers lifecycle and Spring's application context. That means it will just connect these two guys. So basically Servlet container register filter instances by using its own standard. So this guy have its own standard to register filter, and Spring application basically have its own standard. So we need something which will bridge the gap between these two. So they provide a solution for that, which is delegating filter proxy, which will get added to your standard Servlet container. So this guy delegating filter proxy will get added to your Servlet API container. But what it will do, it will delegate all the work to Spring Bean that implements filter. So to simply understand it, in order to connect your Servlet API to your Spring application context, we have something called as delegating filter proxy. If you go back over here, then you will see that delegating filter proxy have bean filter. Or if you dig down further, then you will have something called as filter chain proxy. So Spring chain proxy is a special filter that will be added inside your delegating filter proxy, and which will be added inside your filter chain, which will have your security filter chain. So if you expand this diagram, it will look something like this. So your filter chain proxy will have security filter chain, which will have security filter 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And security filter n. So there will be multiple security filters basically. So what we are doing over here I am directly adding security filter chain, but security filter chain have delegating filter proxy and filter chain proxy as well, right? So just to let you know that we have something called as delegating filter proxy and filter chain proxy, which is basically abstract for us. we directly perform operations on security filter chain, or rather use them. But you should be aware of what is the use of this delegating filter proxy. That's why I'm telling you. But here we are directly looking at security filter chain here, security filter chain, but it will look like something like this. So delegating filter proxy, which will have filter chain proxy, and filter chain proxy will have your security filter chain, which we are looking at over here. So that is basically your delegating filter proxy. And let's come back to our filters now. So we will have multiple filters, and one of the filter will be security filter chain, which will have various security filters. Now, when we started our application after adding this Spring security, Spring generated some kind of password for us, right? So this was a password which was generated by your Spring framework, right? So this username and password that we used. So when we load localhost 8080/weather/health, it will redirect us to this particular login URL. And here we make use of user and this particular password that this guy provided us. Once we hit sign in, it will just give us the result. So this password and this particular username is basically provided by your Spring, right? So these are Spring generated username and password. So this username and password is generated by Spring for us. And this guy is giving us warning as well. This generated password is for development use only. Your security configuration must be updated before running your app in production. So this is basically for local development only. But when you actually use it inside your production, then you should make use of username and password, which you will actually store inside database or inside the memory of your application. So that is basically one part, that is basically one method of doing that. Or you can make use of something called as OAuth2 as well. This is basically some other way of doing authentication. You also have JWT authentication, or you also have LDAP authentication. So we have multiple cases. Now, when we talk about this security filter chain, we will have multiple security filters in this particular chain. If you go to this particular diagram, then this guy says security filter 0, 1, 2, 3, right? So let's see that in action, right? So what I will do, I will rerun this application in debug mode. So what I will do, so this particular application is started. I will just copy this particular password. And what I will do, let me just check if we are debugging it and it's unmuted. So that is there. Now let me just reload this. And once I reload this, if you see over here, then it landed inside filter chain proxy. So if you go back and see this threads over here, then you will find something called as delegating filter proxy that we have seen. Let me try to find it. This guy, right? Delegating filter proxy. We have seen delegating filter proxy just a moment ago, right? This delegating filter proxy, and this delegating filter proxy will have filter chain proxy, which have your chain of security filters. Now, if I go back over here, then there should be something called as filter chain proxy, which we are looking at the moment, right? So if you see over here, this class is filter chain proxy. And this guy have something called as additional filters. And if you look at additional filters, it's a list basically. And if you see over here, I'm not sure if you are able to see that. Let me just move it over here and try to look at it. If you see over here, then you have many filters over here. Disable encoder URL filter. You have web async manager integration filter. You have many filters, right? CSRF filter. And you have username and password authentication filter. After that, you have basic authentication filter as well. So when you make use of form-based authentication, so we are making use of form-based authentication over here, right? So we had a form, we put our username and password over here. In that case, which authentication filter will be used? This username password authentication filter will be used. What I will do, I will go to this username and password authentication filter and put a debug point, which I already added. And if we move now, then it should come over here in this authentication filter. Now it will check for all the authentication filter inside your filter chain proxy until it reaches this username password authentication filter, right? So I will just remove this and we proceed. So if you see over here, it landed inside username password authentication filter. Now it will fetch username, it will fetch password, and it will do all the authentication things that it will do. What exactly it will do, that we will see as and when we progress inside our architecture, right? So we are at early stage now, right? Initial stage where we are looking at this filter. So we have seen this filter now, username and password authentication filter. Now, so basically here in the filter chain, at the moment we are making use of username and password authentication filter. Now that guy is handling this stuff for us, right? Spring is providing us username and password, and that guy is handling that, right? Now let's say we are storing in database or memory, or we have OAuth2, or we have JWT authentication, or we have other authentication, right? Now the question over here is that should Spring add all these technologies of doing your authentication, all these method of doing authentication inside your filter? That will be a tedious process. So in order to handle that, for each of this particular type of authentication, Spring provides its own authentication provider. If you are making use of username and password, then Spring provide authentication provider which will do that kind of authentication, which is DAO authentication provider by using username and password. If you are using OAuth2 login, then Spring will provide authentication provider for OAuth2, right? Which will do only the part of your authentication, right? Depending on the technology or method you are using. For LDAP or for JWT, you will have a separate provider. So Spring segregate this authentication provider from your filter, and each method or each technology of filtering will have its own authentication provider. So let's say you have username and authentication filter, your request is coming over here. Then what this guy will do, it will delegate your request to respective authentication provider, which will authenticate the request for you. So actual authentication part is in hands of your authentication provider, depending on which method of authentication you're using. Now in this case, username and password, this guy will give the authentication task to this particular DAO authentication provider, and this guy will do the task for you. But now the thing over here, now this is easy for us to say, right? But now the thing over here, we have multiple filters and we have multiple authentication provider. Now how Spring would know that which authentication provider to use for each filter? There will be multiple filters, right? So how Spring would know which particular authentication provider to pick among these guys? In order to solve this problem, Spring has introduced something called as Authentication Manager. So Authentication Manager bridges the gap between your authentication provider and your filter. Now this particular filter will delegate the task to Authentication Manager that, dude, I don't know which provider to use. This is basically the information that I have. You choose whatever authentication provider you want to choose and authenticate the request. Now this manager, this is basically abstraction. Authentication Manager is abstraction, and this have an implementation which is called as Provider Manager. So Provider Manager is basically implementation of your Authentication Manager, which basically iterates through each of these authentication provider and check which one supports the incoming request. So this guy, authentication provider, actually have one supports method which returns if this particular authentication provider which we are looking into currently supports this particular request or not. If it supports, then it will delegate the task to that particular authentication provider. So that is basically your authentication manager, and that is basically your provider manager, right? Now let's look into that in action, right? So what I will do, let's go back to our application again, and we were looking into this username and password authentication filter, right? So if you go over here and try to look at here, then you will see that you will have something called as get authentication manager, and it will authenticate. There is an authenticate method. So what I will do, let me try to hit another request. Let me unmute it. Let me put this username and password again. Let me try to find the password inside our console output. Should be here somewhere ideally. Let me try to look for it. Let me try to copy it quickly and put it over here, and let's say sign in. At the moment we are in filter. Now this guy will try to get the username and password that we had, and what it will do, let me just put a debug point over here and let's proceed. So here at this moment, if I go to debugger again, then you will see in username you will have user, and in password we will have that particular password. Now what this filter is doing, right? This guy is getting the authentication manager. So what I will do, I will just try to hit this particular method. And if you see over here, the output is provider manager. Provider manager is basically the implementation of this authentication manager. Now what this particular filter is doing, this particular filter is getting this authentication manager and calling authenticate method. So this guy will have authenticate method. So what we will do, we will go up front to this particular provider manager. Let me try to search for it. Provider manager, and this guy have authenticate method. I will add a debug point. I already have. So what I will do, I will proceed now, right? So let's proceed, and now we are at provider manager. So this provider manager, what this provider manager will do now, this provider manager will try to find the authentication provider for your incoming request. If you go over here and try to look for its implementation, where exactly it is, there we go. So if you see over here, this guy have simple for loop. So it is going through all your authentication providers, right? Now it will go through all the authentication provider and it will call the method. Which method we discussed, right? So it have supports method, and supports method will tell if the given provider supports this particular incoming request or not. And if that guy is not supporting, then we will just call continue and look for next one. And when we find it, what we will do, we will call the authenticate method of the provider. So if you go inside it, so it will go to your authentication provider, which we are talking over here, which is authentication provider, which will actually do your authentication for you. Now let me add a debug point over here and let's say proceed. So if you see over here, now we have authentication provider. So in the loop, it got one authentication provider, that is your DAO authentication provider. Now we were talking about DAO authentication provider, which basically comes into picture when you make use of your username and password authentication filter. So when we make use of username and password, DAO authentication provider comes into picture. Now this DAO authentication provider will do authentication for you and it will return you the result. So your actual authentication is being done by your authentication provider. And in this case, the authentication provider is your DAO authentication provider. So that is basically the authentication provider that you have. And if I proceed now, then your authentication will be basically successful. So that is basically your authentication manager, implementation of authentication manager, and that is basically your authentication provider. In this case, we have seen DAO authentication provider. That is how your filter is delegating job to your authentication manager. Your authentication is delegating your job to your authentication provider. So just to have a quick recap what we have seen until the moment. So we have a list of filters. Username and password authentication filter is one of them. Then we will have something called as authentication provider, which will actually authenticate your request. And for each method of your evaluation, you will have each authentication provider, and your filter is not aware which one to choose. So this will delegate the task to authentication manager. Authentication manager will have one implementation, that is provider manager. What this guy will do, this guy will iterate through all these particular authentication providers and check if that particular authentication provider supports the incoming request. Which one is anyone which is supporting, this guy will make use of that and provide your actual authentication. So I hope until now everything is clear. Now the next question over here that Spring have is how your authentication provider is going to evaluate this particular username and password that it is getting. Now over here, our Spring is giving us username and password and saying that, dude, this is generated password for development purpose only, but in your production application, you have your own mechanism in order to do your username password validation, right? I am not responsible for that. Now that particular username and password needs to be validated, and that particular username and password will be different in each environment. In your local environment, it may be different. In your production environment, it may be different, and it may be stored inside your database. It may be stored inside your some kind of database. Now how your authentication provider is going to retrieve this particular user information from database? So that is a question in front of this particular guy, right? Because we are not going to write much code in order to do that, right? Now in order to solve this problem, Spring have a solution. Now what Spring have? Spring have something called as user detail service. Now this guy, your authentication provider, will connect to your user detail service. This user detail service will have interfaces. For example, if you're storing inside in-memory, then you will have in-memory user details manager, or otherwise it will have JDBC user detail manager, which will actually connect to your database and fetch the user information and return it to your user interface. And this guy will return the user information to your authentication provider, right? So user detail service is again an interface provided by Spring Security. Now this guy will give you all the details back over here. Here in the authentication provider, this username and password will be evaluated. Now another important point comes into picture. If you are aware, we don't directly put values inside your database. Directly put your password values inside database. That is not safe. If I'm having username as Chetan and password as Chetan, I don't save it as it is inside database. What I do, I basically encode the password and save it. So whatever password you will find inside this particular database will be in encoded format. that encoded password, how your authentication provider is going to know that what is the value of that actual password, because from your user you will get actual values Chetan, right? Username Chetan, password Chetan. Here also you will get that same values. When you retrieve from database, this guy will give you Chetan plus it will give you encoded string. So this authentication manager needs to figure out something in order to convert that encoded value to normal value so that it can compare to your actual password. So that is when something called as password encoder comes into picture. So this password encoder is part of your authentication provider, which will encode and decode your passwords which are stored inside this database, and it will, after that, after decoding, it will evaluate the password from your incoming request and return whatever is the result. So that is when something called as password encoder also comes into picture inside your Spring security architecture. Now once your authentication provider authenticates request, what it will do? It will return something to your authentication manager, right? What it will return? So it will return the object of authentication. It will return the object of authentication, and that object will be returned to your authentication manager, and from authentication manager it will be returned to your filters. Now this authentication object needs to be stored somewhere so that other part of your Spring application will be able to access it, to check all the details of your authentication, so that all other beans can access it inside your application to check what is the details available inside your authentication object, which is basically a successful authentication. Now Spring have a solution to that as well, which they call it as a security context. So this particular authentication object will be stored inside your security context basically. So this security context will store your authentication object, or it also called as principal object. This is also called as a principal object, which is basically your authentication object. And in order to access that inside your Spring Boot application, Spring has provided kind of an abstraction which they call it as security context holder. Now this security context holder have methods such as get context, which will return you the authentication or principal object. That is when security context comes into picture, which will hold your principal object, which can be used inside other parts of your application. So now we can basically outline it, and this entire thing is our Spring security architecture, right? So this is basically the bigger picture that we are looking into, and that is basically your Spring security architecture. Now there are many authentication filter and many authentication providers. We have basic authentication, we have OAuth2, we have LDAP, we have blah blah blah, a lot of them, right? Any custom authentication also we can provide, right? Now we are going to look at many famous authentication types. For example, basic auth is very common, right? JWT authentication is again a very common one. OAuth2 is again very common one that many people want to learn. So all those authentication types we are going to look into. So in each of that authentication type, we will have one authentication filter, which is different for each type. We will have same authentication manager where we will have same provider manager interface, and for each method we have separate authentication provider which will come into picture for each method, and we will make use of separate user detail service, which is basically, let's say, JDBC or in memory, or there are few other types as well, right? So when we look into each of it, the architecture will remain the same, but instead of looking into the chain or looking into various authentication provider, we will just look into one specific to that particular authentication type. So in Spring Security, any authentication you want to implement, you can implement if you remember and if you know what exactly is this particular architecture. It's very, very easy, right? It's nothing complex. Everything is given to you. You just need to put the dots together, nothing else. It's very, very easy. I'm not sure why people make it complex, but I don't think it is complex, right? It's very, very easy stuff. And it is a framework provided for you to use, right? Everything is handled by Spring. You just need to use it. You just need to know what is the architecture and how to use it. It's very, very simple. Now, whatever we have seen till now is basically all the happy success case. Now, in the success case, I want to highlight one more point, right? One more very, very important point. Now, if you go back over here and if I load this particular API, weather and health. Now, if I reload this particular API, it is not asking me for authentication, because I am in a same session at the moment. Now, if I open a new incognito window, let's say, and try to hit it, now this is a separate session. Now this guy is asking me for username and password. Now again, what was our password? Let me copy it. And if I put it, now we will sign in. And if I try to reload it again, then this guy is not asking me for any username and password again. Now in this case, what is happening to our subsequent request? Spring have its internal mechanism in order to handle that. That is when Spring context holder filter comes into picture. So to put it in very simple word, this guy remembers your authenticated request, and next time when you are trying to load it again, this guy will know that, okay, dude, this is already authenticated. We don't need to do all this again and again, right? And this authentication part is basically skipped for that particular request because it is already authenticated and it is inside the same session. For example, if you go back over here, then security context holder would look like something like this. And here, if you add some debug point, now if I try to refresh this guy, then if you see over here, it is going inside security context holder and it will try to do filter. While doing that, it will know that, okay, dude, this is already authenticated and it won't ask for your authentication again. So that is when your security context holder filter comes into picture. Now again, this is again a happy case, right? This guy is again a happy case. Now what if something goes wrong? What if I pass the wrong password? Or what if this guy user detail service is not able to get your user details from the database? What if something goes wrong in this particular process? That is when another filter called as exception translation filter comes into picture, whose job is to catch all the exception or error or authentication failure inside this particular filter and throw the respective error to client. For example, 401, 403, right? Unauthenticated kind of errors, right? That we usually get. Now let me go to this particular exception translation filter. And here if you see in the do filter, it's doing nothing, but it is catching any exception. Try to extract a Spring security exception from stack trace, right? So it will do most of the thing in exception, right? So that is basically the job of your exception translation filter, right? If any error or exception occurs in between all this process, then this guy will return or handle that particular exception and return the specific details to your user, right? Right, so that covers the most of it, right? So that is basically your entire Spring security architecture, and that is basically how the bigger picture looks like. Let's go back over here. So we have seen the architecture part as well. So I have tried to explain it in very easy manner. Let me know in the comment section if you find it easy or if you find it difficult. So that's all about the first section on Spring security architecture, and we have looked into the big picture. By now, you will have a strong fundamental built on Spring security architecture, and you will be feeling confident that yes, Spring security is basically easy stuff. Now let's move to the next section where we will look into the basic authentication. Spring security basic authentication, right? So first we will understand the basic authentication and we will implement it, right? Very, very simple. It might look simple, but it is not. We are going to look into many things over here in this video. Now, if you see over here, we have this particular application, right? And if I run this application, then we will get some kind of password over here, right? And this password is basically generated by Spring, right? It is generated by Spring framework for development purpose, right? Now, when we load a URL, let's say localhost/health, then it will redirect us to this particular form. Now, this is basically a form-based authentication. If I put username as user and password, this particular password which this guy is providing us, then we will be able to log in, right? But this is a form-based authentication. This is a form-based authentication. And if I go back over here, in this case, username and password authentication filter comes into picture because this is basically a form-based authentication. And here username and password authentication filter comes into picture. But I don't really want this particular authentication, right? Form-based guy. I don't want it because my service is, let's say, totally backend and I don't have a front end in my application. I don't want this, right? I don't want form-based authentication since my application do not have any UI. It's all backend. Now, in order to do that, we need to make use of basic authentication, right? Username and password basic authentication. That is when basic authentication comes into picture. And again, the source of this particular video is again your Spring official documentation. So here, if you see, we have basic authentication. Here in the first diagram, they are explaining what will happen for unauthenticated requests. And here in the second diagram, they are mentioning about basic authentication. So that is something which we are going to look into. So you can go ahead and check this documentation. I will put the link in description. Now let's get started with basic authentication here. So this first diagram explain about what will happen if user makes an unauthenticated request, right? Let's say user is making this request, then your authentication will not be successful in this case, and you will get something called as access denied exception, which will be caught by exception translation filter, which we have already seen in the last video, exception translation filter, right? So this guy will catch it and this guy will send a response to client. So this is something which will happen when user sends an unauthenticated request. And when that error occurs, user will receive some header like this. And the client will know that, okay, dude, this application needs authentication and we should pass username and password, right? And this particular image over here shows how the username and password will be processed over here. So that is when basic authentication filter comes into picture. In the form-based authentication, we had username and password authentication filter, right? But here in this case, what we have basic authentication filter. Now what this filter will do according to this diagram, this filter will generate something called as username password authentication token internally, right? And it will pass that token to authentication manager. And once the request is authenticated, if it is success, then we will store the data inside security context holder and we will allow user to continue in application. If it is a failure, then we will again make use of security context holder to store the respective failure details, right? So for example, if you see over here, we have also seen security context holder, which will actually save your security context or principal data. So again, that is something which we have seen in the last video, right? So this diagram talks about basic authentication filter and username password authentication token. So these two things are new over here. All the things are basically same what we have seen in the last video. Now when we add this particular dependency inside our application, where is that? Let me open my pom.xml and we added this particular dependency, right? When we add this particular dependency inside our application, by default Spring enables form-based authentication, right? Form-based authentication. So if you load this URL, you will get this particular form. This is again form-based authentication. And the default filter comes into picture at that moment is username and password authentication filter. But now we don't want that. What we want basic authentication filter, right? So what we need to do, we need to tell Spring that, dude, I don't want username and password authentication filter. I want basic auth, right? HTTP basic authentication, because I have a backend application. I don't have any front end application, right? I don't want to use it. So we need to tell our Spring application to use basic authentication instead of making use of this guy. Now how we are going to tell that? We need to add an explicit bean for security filter. For this place we need to add one bean. For this place we need to add one bean. For this place we need to do some configuration. For this place also we need to do some configuration. So for each of the place we need to do some configuration to tell Spring that whatever default things you are doing, don't do that. Do things which I am telling you to do. So currently everything is default behavior handled by Spring, right? This is even this security password user, everything is handled by Spring security. Now let's jump into the implementation part and let's tell our Spring application that you don't use this, rather than use our basic authentication filter. If I go back to this particular documentation, then Spring is telling us how we can do that. So if you see over here, then you will see that HTTP basic must be explicitly provided. The following example shows the minimal configuration. What this guy is doing, this guy is creating a security filter chain, explicit security filter chain inside our application and marking it as a bean, right? So we are just creating a new bean and we are telling our application to use HTTP basic, right? Nothing else. Now what we need to do, we need to just add this bean inside our configuration class, nothing else, right? Very, very simple. Now what we will do, let me go over here. Let me add a new configuration Java class. I will say, let's say security, right? Security config, right? So this class will maintain all our security related stuff. I just did a spelling mistake over here. Let me just refactor that, right? Now first thing I will do over here is make this guy a configuration class. And second thing, very, very important thing, we need to enable web security over here. Now the moment we annotate our configuration class with enable web security, it tells your Spring application that, dude, we are going to tweak our security configuration and we are going to enable our web security features inside our Spring Boot application. This basically enables Spring security. Now what we need to do, we need to go over here and copy this guy over here and paste it over here, right? So this is basically the minimal configuration that is needed. So let me import this class. Let me import HTTP security. Let me import this method. Let me remove all these things. So there we go. And we have handled exception over here as well. And there we go. We have minimal configuration. And this particular HTTP basic method will tell our application, our Spring Boot application, to make use of HTTP basic authentication, right? So if I go inside this, then you will see there is some configuration, right? So this is basically HTTP security class, and this HTTP basic method will configure basic authentication for us. How it will do? You will have something called as HTTP basic configurer, and if you go inside it, then this method will have something called as configure, right? So there should be a method called as configure. There you go. So this is basically configure method, and here what they are doing, so if you see over here, they are creating a new object of basic authentication filter for us and making use of this particular filter for us and enabling the configuration for this filter, right? So here what was the default filter? Username and password authentication filter. Now by using this HTTP basic method, Spring is configuring this basic authentication filter for us, right? It is just creating a new object for us and it is just configuring it. Very, very simple stuff over here. This is minimal configuration to enable basic authentication inside our filter chain, right? Very, very easy. Now what we can do, now what we are doing over here, we are making use of Spring generated security username and password, right? But what we can do, we can provide our own username and password as well. What we can do, we can just go to application.properties and add these two properties over here. Spring security username, let's say admin, and Spring security user password, which is admin123. Once you add these two entries inside your application, Spring will not use the default username and password, rather use these two, right? So just to start with, let's use these two at the moment. Now what I will do, I will just rerun this application. Let's see what happens. Now let me go back over here and let me try to load our API again. So I will just, but dude, it is still making use of form based authentication. Did we miss something? Did we miss something over here? Yes, we missed to convert this guy to @bean. If it is not a Spring Bean, how Spring will know that, okay, this is a new filter chain being added inside your filter chain, right? So that is something which I just added, and let me just try to rerun this application. Now let's see what happens. Now what I will do, I will just try to load it again. Now did you see what happened? Now it directly allowed me to access my API, right? It directly returned healthy to us, right? Did it ask any authentication? Did it ask any authentication? Let me try to load it in incognito. Probably I will just copy this URL, go to incognito window, let me paste it. See, is it asking anything? It is not asking, right? Why it is not asking? Because let's come back over here. Because we are doing this configuration, right? We are doing http basic, right? We are telling Spring to make use of a basic authentication, right? Which Spring is doing just fine, right? But are we telling this guy which of my API that I want to be authenticated? Which APIs I want to cover inside authentication, right? I'm not telling anything to this guy. That is the reason this guy is allowing all the requests and nothing is basically authenticated, right? So we need to tell this guy, okay, dude, I want to put authentication on all my requests, right? So in order to enable authentication for each of our requests, what we can do, let me just hit enter over here, and here I will say http.authorize HTTP request. So there is this method authorize HTTP request, right? And here in this request, we can create a Lambda function, and here for each auth, what we can do auth.any request. So for each request, what I want to do, I want to authenticate it, right? So my each request should be authenticated, right? And again, by using HTTP basic, we are enabling basic authentication. But what extra stuff we are doing over here? Here we are making use of authorize HTTP request, so that our request will be authorized by using basic auth, right? So what I will do over here, let me just try to stop and rerun over here, right? So our application is started. Now if I reload this, let's see what happens. Now did you see what happened? Now it is not giving me a form to authenticate. Is this a form? This is not a form, right? So this is basically some JavaScript code which is running. This is not actually a form because we are running it inside a browser. This JavaScript stuff is loading for us. And what I will do, I will just add a username and password that we added inside our application.properties, which is admin and admin123, right? So I will just add admin123. I will say sign in, and now we are able to access this, right? So pretty simple stuff, right? So till now what we did, we just added filter chain inside our application. What we did, we added a filter chain over here. So if I go back over here, so we have this per security filter chain, right? So we have added one more, which is basically this guy, basic authentication filter 1, to enable that, right? So this configuration adds it for us. This configuration adds this guy for us. If you see over here, instead of this guy, we will just now use basic authentication filter. So I'll just replace that. So in order to validate that, what we can do, let me just try to search basic authentication filter. And what I will do over here, I will just add a couple of debug points and let me run it in debug mode. Let's see now. So if I go back over here and try to reload this application, my debug points are muted basically. Let me just try to reload it. And if you see over here, now we are in basic authentication filter, right? So last time, if you remember, it was going inside username and password authentication filter. Now it is going inside basic authentication filter. And here what it is doing, if you see over here, it is creating something called as auth request. If you see over here, what is auth request? If I open this, then you will see that auth request is an instance of username password authentication token, right? Username password authentication token. Now do you remember something? We have just seen something called as username password authentication token, which is being generated by our basic authentication filter, right? This guy is basically generating it for us, right? And now what it will do, it will just pass this request to authentication manager. So you have this authentication manager, this guy, which is provider manager basically, right? Provider manager. So if you go back over here, we have this authentication manager, which is provider manager, right? This provider manager will have authentication provider, which should be DAO authentication provider in this case, because basic authentication filter uses DAO authentication provider, right? So that also we can check perhaps. So if I go inside authenticate, and if I go to provider manager, there should be this provider manager. And if you see over here, there should be this authenticate method. And here it will go through each of the provider, right? And if I put a debug point over here, then it should stop on the authentication provider that it is actually going to use. So we are in basic authentication filter. Now it will go to provider manager. Now it is in provider manager. And if you see over here, what provider it picked up, it should be here somewhere. It is DAO authentication provider, right? So DAO authentication provider is basically authentication provider for your basic authentication filter. And now we can proceed. So again, these things we are not touching yet. Authentication manager, authentication provider, user detail service, everything is default, this password encoder and stuff, right? We have just changed filter, right? We have just asked our Spring Boot application to make use of this filter instead of making use of the default filter that it was making use of, right? So we have just changed one part yet. These other parts are still default, which is created by our Spring application, right? So what is the next step over here? Now we have enabled basic authentication filter inside our application. But if you see over here, we are still making use of this username and password, which we are storing inside application.properties, right? In the real world application, we won't be able to use this username and password, right? We need to store it in some kind of database, right? So we need to store it in some kind of database. So we are mentioning this DB over here, right? So we need to store it over here. So if you go over here, then if you see over here, then we have this password storage. So if you go inside user details, let me open it in new tab. If you see over here, this is basically user details, which is basically the object returned by user detail service, right? User detail service is this particular service which returns the object of user details, right? So first thing what we need to do, First thing what we need to do, we need to create an entity for users inside our application if we want to store it inside database, right? So if you see inside this particular application, we have this existing repository which is making use of JPA, right? And if you see inside our pom.xml, where is our pom.xml, then we have h2 database. You see over here, we are making use of h2 database, right? h2 is basically in-memory database, and we are going to stick to that one only instead of doing all the MySQL setup and stuff. So we will make use of h2 database only, and we will store our username and password inside this h2 database, right? So first step is to create an entity. So what I will do, I will just create a new Java class. I will name it as users, right? And I will just mark it by using @entity, right? So I'll just say entity, and we will just add 3 things over here perhaps. First we will say username, second we will say password, and third we will say role, right? And we can mark all of them as private. So we have these 3 things, and we are making use of entity. So what we need is one more thing. You might have guessed it already, we need a ID, right? So ID probably will go with long one, so let me just create a long ID, right? And what I will do, I will just mark it by using @ID, and what I will say @generated value, and we will make use of a strategy which is generation type dot identity, right? And what I will do, I will just create a getter and setter quickly for this guy, getter and setter for all 4 elements, right? So this will do the job for us. We have our entity ready. Next thing what we will do, let's create a repository. So I will just say user. So I will just create this user details repository, and this should ideally be a interface, which will extend our JPA repository, which will accept 2 arguments. First is basically our user, basically entity, and second is the type of our primary key, right? And we will quickly add a method saying get by username, so that we can get a user by using username, right? So that is something which we are going to do, right? So this is basically our repository. We can mark this guy as a repository. It's not needed, but I'm marking it so that we can understand it in a better way. Now we have a repository as well. So until now what we did, we just created a user, and we have created a repository for us so that we can store this user inside our database by using this repository. These things we already know, right? We have seen this in our last video. Now we have created our user object, right? User entity basically. Now what we need to do, for that particular user, we need to implement our custom user detail service. After creating that, we need to tell authentication provider to use this. After changing that particular authentication provider, we need to set inside authentication manager as well. After that, this particular password encoder also we need to create to tell this authentication manager that how I want my password encoding. So all these things we need to change just because we want to save our user in the database. So all these default things which were happening till now will be now removed, and we are going to provide the custom implementation of all these things. Now to start with, let's implement our user detail service. So we already have user detail service. We will implement our custom one. What I will do, I'll just create a new class, and let's say custom user detail service. Let's create a class, right? And what I will do, I will just mark it as @service first thing. Second thing we will do is extend this guy with user detail service, right? User detail service is basically this particular interface, user detail service. And since it is an interface, we should not ideally extend it. We should rather implement it, right? So this guy implements user detail service. Now we are making use of this particular user detail service, but we are overriding the methods inside it and writing our custom user detail service so that we can return custom user, right? This particular user, right? What we will do, we'll just implement methods. Let's implement methods, And there is this one method inside this guy, which is load user by username, right? So it will just pass us username. Now, in order to get username, we have this particular repository created, user detail repository. Now let me copy this guy and let me inject it over here. What I will do, user detail repository, we will inject it over here. Let me import it quickly, and here I will say @auto, right? And let's make it private as well, right? And here what we will do, we'll just say user detail service dot, we'll say find by username, we'll just pass this username, and we will say or else throw, here we will throw a new exception, right? So here let me just add a lambda expression and say new username not found exception. Basically here we'll just add some string that, okay dude, username not found. Now we have added this implementation, and this guy is giving error. This guy is saying that dude, load user by username is returning user details, right? But here this function, which is basically this function that we have added, returning the instance of user, which is basically the entity that we have created. So what we need to do over here, this guy needs user details, right? User details is basically an object which is returned by your user detail service, and this user detail object is understandable by your authentication provider. If you go back over here, then this is basically the user details that we are talking about. So this guy needs user details, but we are returning user. What we need to do now is we need to go to users and we need to extend this guy with user details, right? So user details basically, and let me import it quickly. And again, user details is the interface, so let me implement it. I'll say implement user detail service. Now once I do that, it will ask me to implement methods. User will just have these 4 things, but user detail have multiple things, and for all those methods it wants the implementation from user. If I go inside this method, you will have all these methods, right? What we will do, we will just implement methods, and let me just implement all the methods, right? So let's quickly go through all these methods and let's see what are their significance, right? So get id, set id, get username is our getter setter, and what we have is account non-expired, right? So is our account expired? No, it is not expired, right? So we need to return true. And if you see over here, if I go inside user details, let me go inside user details, and you will see that is account non-expired is true, right? Indicates whether the user account has expired. An expired account cannot really be authenticated, right? So that is basically the significance, right? Is account non-locked, right? So your account should not be locked, so by default it returns true, right? To indicate whether the user is locked or unlocked, a locked user cannot be authenticated again. Then you have is credentials non-expired. This indicates whether user credential, that means password, has expired. Expired credentials prevent authentication again, right? So here we are returning true in all these things because everything is enabled for us, right? And is enabled indicates whether your user is enabled or disabled. So our user is again enabled, so all these things we are going to keep same. So we are just going to call the super class, right? So super class, everything is true, so we'll just keep all these things same, right? What else we had? We had get authorities, right? So if we go over here again, then get authority returns the authorities granted to user, right? This cannot be null. So basically this is used for authorization purpose, and Spring Security uses granted authority object in order to make your authorization decisions, right? So we have this role here, right? We have this role over here. So this role we need to convert to granted authority and pass it over here. So what we can do, we can just pass the list of new simple granted authority and the respective role we will pass over, because in the database we are storing it in a string format, right? So that string format will be converted to simple granted authority and it will be returned to your Spring Security, right? Or your authentication manager to take your authorization decisions. And you have get password and get username, which we already had, which will return the object of username and password that we have. Nothing else. What we did, we just implemented this user with user details, and we have just overridden all these methods and provided the custom implementation. Now if we go back to custom user detail service, then that error is gone. And now we don't have any error. So this guy, custom user detail service, we have implemented successfully. So currently we are over here. We have implemented our custom user detail service. Until now what we did, we added a user class, user entity. Basically we added one repository. This repository we added, and we added our custom user detail service, which implements user detail service, which gives us this method, and this method will just call our find by username method inside our repository, fetch the details and return it to service who is going to call this particular method, right? Now here we have added our custom user detail service. Now what we need to do, we need to tell our authentication provider to make use of this new user detail service, basically this custom user detail service that we have created, right? So we need to create a custom authentication manager for us, right? So how we can do that? We will create the custom authentication manager. In that we will return the object of provider manager, which will have our custom DAO authentication provider and which will connect to your user detail service. So it's all connected, right? So now let's see how we can do that, right? It is going to be fun now. So let me go back over here, and what I will do, I'll go to this security config that we have created, and let's add new authentication manager, right? Public authentication manager. I will say authentication manager, and here I will just open some bracket, and what I will do, I will just create new DAO authentication provider over here. DAO authentication provider, DAO authentication provider equals to new DAO authentication provider. So basically inside authentication manager you have DAO authentication provider, right? So I'm just creating the instance of DAO authentication provider. So what we will do now, for this DAO authentication provider that we have just created, we will set the custom user detail service. I will say DAO authentication provider dot set user detail service, right? Set user detail service. Now here we need to add user detail service, which we have created, custom user detail service, right? Now how I can pass this object over here? In order to do that, what we can do, we can just create a bean. So I will just say public user detail service, and user detail service will be the name of that one. And what I will do, I will just return new custom user detail service from here, right? And I will just convert it to @bean, right? So that is something which I just did. I just created a new user detail service. Now here what I can do, I can just get this user detail service, right? So I can just get it inside a parameter, and this parameter, what I will do, I'll just pass it over here. Now what is happening, this user detail service is basically a bean inside our application, which is injecting custom user detail service for us, right? So here this custom detail service will be added inside our DAO authentication provider. Now let me reiterate if you didn't get. So we have created authentication manager custom one, and we have created an object of DAO authentication provider by using new keyword. And inside this DAO authentication provider, we want to inject new user service, new user detail service, custom user detail service that we have created over here. And how we can pass it over here? In order to do that, I created this bean. This bean will return the object of user detail service, and the name of the bean is user detail service, right? And this bean will return the object of custom user detail service that we have created, this guy, right? Let me go back, and once I do that, this guy, this user details service will be injected over here, and this guy will be added inside this particular user detail service. So we are explicitly telling DAO authentication provider to make use of this custom guy that we have just created, right? So I hope things are clear, right? Now another important thing we need to do, since we are creating this DAO authentication provider, we need to tell which password encoder this guy needs to use, right? So what I will do, similar to this, I will create another bean. Let's say public password encoder, and I will name it as password encoder. And what I will do, I will return new bcrypt. So there is this bcrypt password encoder, right? And that's it. Again, this guy we will convert to bean. This will be a Spring Bean. And again, what we will do, in the similar way, we will accept it in the arguments, right? So here I will add one more password encoder, and here in the DAO authentication provider, I will say set password encoder, and we will set this password encoder, and that's it. So we have created this authentication manager, and we have created this DAO authentication provider, and we are setting this user detail service, which is basically our custom user detail service. We have asked it to use this bcrypt password encoder, and after that, at the end, what we need to do now, we need to return the instance of provider manager, right? So we will say return new provider manager, and we will pass DAO authentication provider, right? DAO authentication provider is basically this new authentication provider that we have created. Here, this authentication manager we have created a custom DAO authentication provider, and ask this guy to make use of new custom user detail service, and ask it to make use of bcrypt password encoder, right? So that is simple stuff that we have done till now, nothing big, right? And again, we need to convert this guy to @bean. So we forgot that. Now when this application will come up, when we deploy this application, our database, our user table will not have any data, right? Will not have any data. And how we are going to log in, right? So in order to handle that, what I will do, I will just add a simple class, right? So this is basically a custom implementation that I'm doing, adding a simple class. So whenever my application will come up, we will just add a simple username and password inside that particular DB, right? So what I will do, I'll just go to service, let's say new Java class, and let's say admin user initializer, right? So this is just I'm doing for learning purpose. This is not really needed. Again, a spelling mistake. Let me fix that and implement it real quick. Okay, so this is basically the quick implementation that I did. This is basically a custom thing that I'm doing in order to store password inside our application, username and password. So here I'm making use of command line runner. So this will basically run when I start my application, right? So what it will do, it will first check in user repository if admin is already present. If it is not present, then it will create a new user, set username as admin, set password as admin1234, but it will encode it by using password encoder, right? Because inside database, always encoded password will be stored, and when it comes to your authentication provider will decrypt it by using this password encoder. In this case, we are making use of this password encoder, which is basically password encoder which we have created, this guy, right? Which is basically bcrypt password encoder, right? So what we are doing while saving only, we are just encoding that password and saving it in encoded format, and we are giving role as role admin, and we will just save it inside database. That is all you need to do. And this class which I have created is for demonstration purpose only, because we need to store this admin and password, right? Otherwise, how we are going to log in inside our application? You can directly log into your SQL application and store username and password. Or when you work in your real life application, you will have a way to save your user or add your user inside your database, right? Basically your registration flow, right? So what I will do now I think we are mostly done. Let me just try to quickly run this application. Let's see what happens. It's running in debug mode. Let me just mute it and run. So if you see over here, the default admin user is created. Now what user we have created? We have created admin and admin1234, right? Now let me try to reload this guy. So now what we will do, we'll just pass admin and admin1234, right? And let me just sign in. Now did you see? We are able to sign in by using the custom username and password that we passed over. And this username and password is basically stored inside our database. So that is how you can easily provide the custom implementation of all these, and you can make use of basic authentication filter, and you can make use of username and password from your database, right? So very, very easy stuff, right? So again, let me just explain few more things. Here we are providing a minimal implementation, right? This guy have much more things than this, right? So here what we are doing in the filter chain, we are authenticating all the requests. Here what we can do, we can make use of, let me just move it a bit down, and I will just say dot request matchers. I will add some request, right? For example, let's say we have h2 console, right? So I don't want to put authentication on h2 console that we have. I want to keep it out of authentication, right? So I will just say permit all, right? So here what I'm doing, just auth.request matchers, and if the request is matching to h2 console, I will permit it, right? Otherwise I will authenticate all other requests. For example, you have home page, right? So your home page is never authenticated, right? Or you have some other API which you want to keep it out of authentication, right? In this case, you can make use of request matchers. And now if I rerun this application, let's see what happens. Now if I try to load our h2 console, let's say localhost /h2 console, then we are able to load it directly, right? It's not asking for any authentication. So that is basically how you can permit certain requests or certain patterns from your authentication. Also, you can do some other stuff, for example, disabling CSRF, right? So basically CSRF is cross-site request forgery, and it is enabled by default inside our application. But that is only needed for your web application. For backend application or basic authentication, it is not really needed. So what you can do, you can just disable CSRF. So you can just say CSRF, and you can just say CSRF dot disable. There should be some method called disable. It will just disable it, right? So that is something which you can do again. So there are many things which you can handle inside this particular request. This also can be replaced to method references, right? So this is something which we can handle, right? So let me just stop and rerun, and your application again should behave in the same way, right? And if we try to load this particular URL, should ideally ask you for username and password, and I will say admin 1234, right? And we need to sign in. Now in this case, if you see over here, we have added this application username and properties, right? So these are not really needed in this case, right? Because we are making use of username and password from our user object, which is actually stored inside our database. Now let's quickly have a debug session and let's see what exactly is happening. So what I will do, I will just add a debug over here. I will add a debug point over here where we are actually creating our authentication manager. We'll go to custom username and password, have a debug point over here, and let me just stop and rerun this particular application. Now let me reload this quickly and let's see what happens. Now it is going to basic authentication filter. Now let's proceed, and it is going to provider manager, and now it landed inside our custom user detail service, right? Now it is getting the password from, now it is getting the user data from our application basically, and if we proceed, then we are logged in already, and it did not land inside our configuration. So if I go to our configuration, it did not land inside our configuration because everything is now created, right? Everything is now created, and this will be created, these beans will be created when our application actually starts up, right? So again, if I send this request, now it is inside basic authentication filter, right? If you go to provider manager, then you will be able to see that it's a DAO authentication provider, and if I open it, then if you see the user detail service which this guy is using is basically custom user detail service which we have created inside our application and asked this guy to use, right? User detail service, and which have user detail repository as well, and this should have password encoder as well. Let me find it quickly. So if you see it over here, this is basically password encoder, which is basically bcrypt password encoder, because we are asking it to use it, right? If you see it over here, this is basically DAO authentication, and we are setting our custom user detail from here, right? And password encoder from here. If you want to see what is happening while we are bringing up our application, then let me just redeploy this application. In this case, it should stop over here. If you see over here, now it is adding filter chain, right? If we proceed, now it is registering authentication manager for us, creating new authentication provider, right? And setting our user detail service and password encoder, and returning a new instance of password manager, right? So all these things will happen when your application is coming up. So that is basically easy stuff. That is basically how you can easily implement what we have seen. We have created new basic authentication filter, right? How did we create? We created by using security config class, and by using this enable web security annotation, we have created this new filter chain by using which we registered HTTP basic, right? Basic authentication. then we were able to make use of username and password basic authentication filter, right? But next step, what we did, we created our user entity. We stored user details inside database, which is S2 database in this case. We provided the custom implementation of user detail service, and we asked our authentication provider, which is DA authentication provider, to use that custom detail service, and we created a custom authentication manager with this new DAO authentication provider, and we also created new password encoder. That is how you can implement basic authentication inside your application, right? So basic authentication you can make use, and you can use it from your Postman as well. So if you see over here, if I hit this API, then this will again go to your authentication filter. I will skip it for now. And if you see over here, it is giving unauthorized. You need to make use of basic auth now. Here, what was our username? Admin, and password was admin1234. 1234, right? If I send it, it should give us the response, right? So from Postman also you can test it like this. So that is basically your basic authentication filter. So we have understood basic authentication filter and we have implemented it as well. So I have tried to explain it in a very easy way, and it is very easy concept, right? There is nothing difficult. Once you understand this architecture, nothing is difficult, right? We are sticking to this architecture as well. Did we jump here and there? By looking into this architecture only, we have implemented stuff. And for each of the component, we have created a separate bean, nothing else, right? So all these things are very simple. No need to make it complex. No need to copy and paste code from here and there. Everything is very simple. Once you understand this, you will be able to implement any kind of authentication like this basic authentication. This is very simple though. But in the next step, we are going to understand JWT OAuth, right? So those things are very famous. And again, the implementation is not that complex, right? Once we understand this particular architecture. So that's basically it about basic authentication. So we have looked into the section 2 as well and successfully completed section 2. Now it is time to look into JWT. Let's look into what exactly is JWT authentication and how we can implement it. So this is what we are going to do, right? So first we will understand why we need JWT. What is the problem with basic authentication that this guy is trying to address? And we will understand it with very simple example. After that, we will see what exactly is JWT, right? What exactly is this token? After that, we will actually look into the JWT token and we will try to understand its format, right? And at the end, we will see how JWT fits inside your authentication and authorization, right? So that is basically overall agenda of this particular video. So let's get started. So let's look into this example, right? So let's say there is one employee and employee visits his office on daily basis, right? Or probably 3 days a week because people are lazy to go to office nowadays. Now, when this guy is going to office, he need to authenticate himself, right? He need to tell that I am the employee of this office, right? Any random people cannot go inside this office, right? They need to be authenticated, right? Now, what office can do? What office can do? They can put a security guard over here. Now what this security guard will do, this guy will validate this particular employee. Now how this guy is going to validate? This guy don't know this employee, or let's say even if this guy is knowing this employee, and even if this security guy changes tomorrow, this new security guard will not know this employee, right? So this security guard needs something so that this guy can validate this particular employee, right? Now this employee can go to this particular security guard, he can show his ID and this guy can validate that ID, right? How he can validate? Let's say there is some register over here, right? So there is a register in which they have entries of all the employees. Now what this security guy will do? He will ask the ID of this guy and validate that ID against this particular register, right? If that register contains the name and the details of this particular employee. If that is present, then this guy will allow this particular employee to go to office, right? Now, every time this guy is going to office, he need to validate and go through all this entire process, right? Now, this will happen for each day, right? Because the security guard cannot just let anyone pass through. So he need to validate as well, right? So every day this guy is going to this guard, showing his ID, he is validating it inside the register, and if it is present inside the register, then the security guard is allowing this guy to go to office. Otherwise, he will not allow, right? Now, this scenario is basically pretty similar to basic authentication. This is basically your security and this is basically your database where your username and password is stored. Now, in order to access this office, we are giving username and password to this security. This security is validating inside the database. In this case, your username and password is stored inside this particular database, right? So this is basically stateful, right? That means your username and password are there inside your database. You are actually storing the details inside database, and each time user is trying to access, you are validating that particular request inside your database. Now this is one of the problem with basic authentication, right? Each time this guy is going to office, he need to validate, right? Each time your client is sending request to your application, that client needs to send username and password each time, right? So that is basically the problem with basic authentication. And let's say now this employee is traveling, right? So this is, let's say this is Pune office, right? Let's say this is Pune office. Now this company opens office in Bangalore as well. Now this company opened office inside Bangalore as well, right? So this guy usually goes to Pune, and this security guard validates it against this register and allows this guy to go to Pune office. Now tomorrow this guy went to this Bangalore office, right? Now this guy wants to go to this Bangalore office. Now there will be some other security guard, right? And some other register, right? Now this guy will give his username and password. This guy will try to find it inside this particular register. But guess what? It is not there, right? It is not there. Rather, it is present inside your this particular register, Pune register, right? So that is again a problem. Now even if this employee belongs to this office, he cannot go inside because his details are missing inside this register, right? That is the problem. That is a problem with scalability, right? So inside production, you scale your application, right? You create multiple instances of your application. So that is basically another problem. Now what we need to do, we need to maintain this on a centralized database, and all these instances can access this database. So that is basically one solution to this problem. Basically, point over here is that your basic authentication will not suit when it comes to microservice architecture or your stateless architectures, right? Now one more problem is, let's say this guy entered Pune office, right? Now Pune office have multiple things, right? Now how do we know that this guy can access which department? His access again needs to be validated inside your office as well. So handling your roles and permissions is again difficult thing when it comes to username and password authentication or basic authentication, right? Now what is the solution over here? What can be done? Now what if this guy is the employee of this office, right? So he goes to the security guard and tells authenticate himself first, right? Tells him that, okay, dude, I am the employee of this company and I just joined the company, right? Now this guy will check inside DB that, okay, this is authenticated. This is authenticated employee. Then what this guy will do, this guy will issue some access card to this particular employee, right? So what this security card will do, he will just issue some access card to this particular employee that, dude, this is your access card. And this access card will now contain all the details about this particular employee, right? The details about the employee, which part of the office he can access, right? All these things will be there inside this access card. Now what this employee will do, next time when he visits the office, you don't need to go to the security, right? You don't need to go to the security. The security goes out of picture, right? What this employee needs to do, he just needs to carry this access card with him. So he can go to this office, he can just swipe his access card in the office door. And if that is authorized, he can go inside your office flawlessly. Now again, let's say he's going to Bangalore. He can just swipe the same access card inside your Bangalore office and he will be authenticated just fine, right? He can go anywhere inside your office, each department, and if he is authorized to access that department, the door will open automatically, right? He will be able to access flawlessly. No multiple authentication comes into picture over here. And now again, this particular access card, when this guy is giving this access card or swiping this access card inside office, again something needs to be validated, right? What if there is some other guy who takes this particular access card and try to clone it and try to go and swipe this particular access card to this particular office, right? We cannot authorize anyone randomly who is just copying this particular card, right? So we need to validate something inside the office when this guy is swiping at the door, right? So that is when this particular access card will be validated inside your office by using something called as a signature. So how that will be done, we will see that when we actually jump into JWT. So in this case, this particular access card will be considered as, let's say, some kind of token, right? And when your client is sending the request to your application, they will just send this token along with it. Now there are multiple approaches to send this particular token, right? One of the simple approach is, let's say, send it in XML format, right? XML format, and this guy can validate it, right? But XMLs can be bulky, right? XMLs can be bulky. Another better option to do that is basically your JSON, right? Your JSON is basically you can compress the JSONs, right? And it is very easy to flow inside your web request, right? So it's very easy to send along with your request, and it's very lightweight and less in size, and it's flowing through web, so they call it as JSON Web Tokens. So that is basically the full form of your JWT, right? JSON Web Token. So that is how you can use JSON Web Tokens. And now this token is not stored inside your database. Is this access related stuff is stored inside this register or database? No, it is not. Now this JWT token will be shared to your client, right? And your client should store it somewhere so that it's not accessible to anyone, right? Otherwise, if other person finds this same access card and try to access, they will be able to access, right? So that is basically the problem. But still people are using JWT widely, right? And this JWT token also have a expiry time. So after a certain amount of time, this token will be expired and your client will need to reissue the token, right? So that is again a separate part of it. So your application can handle how much time this particular token will be live and when exactly it is going to be expired, right? So that is basically JWT. So let's come back over here. So we have seen why JWT and we understood when exactly it comes into picture and how it is different from your basic authentication and solves the problem of basic authentication, right? Now the same token this guy can send in every request. We need not validate that from our database, right? So we just need to verify that by using a passkey. So that makes this JWT stateless, right? Because we are not storing anything inside the database, right? We are not storing this token inside the database in any way, right? Now let's jump to what exactly is JWT. So you might have seen this particular website many times, and guess what? Looks like they have changed the website. See, they are saying this is a beta version of new JWT.io anyways. Right, so this is basically how your JWT token looks like. Now again, what is JWT? Decode, verify and generate JSON Web Tokens, and which is used for representing claims securely between two parties, right? So when it comes to JWT token, it looks something like this, right? So this is basically the basic format of your JWT, and this guy have three parts. You may be able to see three colors over here separated by this dot, right? This is one part, this is second part, and this guy over here is third part, right? Now each part of this token have a significance, right? And here they are highlighting what is the significance, right? So first part over here is basically your decoded header. That means they will use some kind of algorithm. In this case we are using HS256, which is pretty famous algorithm for encryption to encrypt this particular JWT token, and those encryption details are stored inside this first part. And you can also select multiple algorithms, right? So if I select this one, your token will just change. If I select some other one, let's say 256 back, again that will change, right? So first part will contain the type of your algorithm so that your server can encode and decode it, right, respectively. After that, the second part will have actual information about your client, right? What is the subscriber ID? What is the name? If that guy is admin or it is not admin, right? So role related information also we can store. And this is issue at, IAT means issue at, and expire at also can be there, so that we can define when exactly this guy is going to expire, right? And third part over here is basically your signature verification. So I was talking about the signature over here, right? That the signature will be validated when your JWT token is coming to your client. The signature will be validated, right? This is basically that signature, and this signature will be validated when your request comes to your application, right? And this can be anything, right? I can add any stuff over here, just that I need to verify it with my application, right? So that is basically the case over here. That is basically the signature. So these are the three parts of your JWT token, right? That is basically JWT, and we have seen the format of JWT token as well, right? Something like this. Now let's see how JWT comes into the flow of authentication. Let's go back to canvas over here. Now when your client is sending the request to your server, so this is basically client, this is your server, right? In basic authentication, you need to send username and password with each request, right? So first you need to log in, and each request you need to send username and password. But that is not needed because we are already authenticated, right? So here in this case, what we need to do, user need to authenticate only once and need to send this post request. Let's say login, or let's say authenticate, or let's say get token, or let's say anything, right? So user will send the username and password along with it. Then we will do the authentication that we usually do. And once the user is authenticated, then for that particular user, what we do, we create a web token, a JWT token. We need to create that and we need to send it back to client. Now your client have the JWT token because this guy authenticated once, right? Once this guy authenticated, so this guy need not be authenticated again and again, right? So this guy have token, your client can store this token somewhere in the memory, and whenever your client is sending subsequent requests, be it get, post, delete, whatever, right? Then this guy will send the authorization token. This particular JWT token that we sent and client will have it, that token will be added inside authorization header as a bearer token. This request will now come to your application, right? And how they can pass it? For example, if you go inside your Postman, then here in the authorization, you will have multiple type of authentication, right? So username and password, we select basic auth, but there is a option of bearer token as well. So we can send some token like this. So any token user can send like this, right? And that token will be received at your application end. Once your application gets that token for any request, what this guy will do? This guy will first extract the token from your authorization header, right? So if you see over here in this header, this particular bearer token will be added inside your authorization header. So there we go, right? So this is basically the bearer token which is added inside authorization header. And now this token will be extracted first. Once this token is extracted, then that particular token will be decoded, right? So as we discussed, our token have three parts, right? Header, payload, and signature. So this header, this payload, and this signature. So it will be extracted first and it will be decoded. How it will be decoded? By using the header, and the header will have your algorithm, right? Which algorithm to use to decode it. Accordingly, it will be decoded. After that, this particular signature needs to be verified, right? If the verification fails, then from this point only, we will send a failure request, which is basically 403, that is unauthorized, right? That is basically something happens if the verification fails. If the verification is successful, then what we do, we need to check the expiry of this particular token. So we also have issue date, right? So here we have issue at and expired at also we will have over here. And just copy this and paste it over here, right? Expired at. So that expired at also will be validated at this point. Once all these verifications are completed, then your request will be processed. It will go to respective controller, that guy will process it, and that controller will send the response, and that response will go to your client. Now let's say your token is expired, right? Once your token is expired, we will get the respective message. We will send the respective message that your token is expired, right? So token is now expired. Now client received that, okay, dude, my token is expired. What this guy will do? This guy will again send this request to our server and get a fresh token, right? And that token again can be used in subsequent requests. So that is basically the overall flow of your JWT authentication. We have seen the flow as well. Now what we can do, let's go back over here. Now I hope you remember this diagram. So this is basically the architecture of your Spring Security. So we have seen all these things over here when we implemented it, right? We have implemented basic authentication as well. Now when it comes to JWT authentication, apart from this flow, we need to do few more things as well, which we have just discussed. We need to create JWT tokens, right? We should have ability to extract, decode, verify, check the expiry, right? All these things we need to implement. And all these things will be in addition to this particular framework, because Spring is not providing all these things, right? We need to add some external library and try to fit that JWT related stuff inside this particular architecture, right? And it's pretty easy, right? Not a very big deal. So along with this architecture, we need to include few more things in order to support your JWTs, right? In order to support these particular operations that we have just seen. So now how we can do that? That is something which we are going to see when we actually jump into the implementation part. So first we will understand what exactly needs to be added inside this particular framework, and then we will try to implement it, right? So it will be very, very easy for us to implement by looking at this diagram, right? Same way as we did with basic authentication, right? So what we are going to do, we are going to separate this implementation in multiple parts so that it's very easy for you to watch the videos on your own pace. In the first part of it, we are going to have a recap on JWT flow. After that, we will implement the authenticate API, right? So in this JWT flow, first thing is to authenticate and get the JWT token, right? So that is something which we will implement. After that, we will see while implementing, we need to authenticate the user. So we will authenticate that. And after that, we will generate the JWT token and return it to user, right? So that is basically the simple agenda of this particular video. So let's get started. So So let's have a quick recap on JWT flow. This is basically the flow of JWT. So let's say client is sending you the request. So this is basically your server. This is your client. Client is sending the request. So in basic authentication or username password authentication, what happens? For each request, client need to send username and password to this server, and this guy will authenticate and return back the response, right? But that is not really necessary, right? Because once authenticated, the user should be authenticated for a certain amount of time. That is when JWT tokens comes into picture, right? So user need not send username and password again and again for each request. Rather, in JWT flow, what we do, we just authenticate once. We send username and password to this login or authenticate API. We will authenticate and server will generate a token for us, and the server will send back the token, right? And this token can be used for subsequent get or post requests. So for next request, user will send this particular bearer token or JWT token that was sent to this particular client. And now this particular token will be used for authentication, right? So all these things will happen in that case, right? So here is what we are going to do. So this first flow over here, we will cover in this particular video, and in the subsequent video, we will cover the next part of it. So the goal of this video is to generate JWT token by using an authenticate API. First authenticate the user and then generate the token and send back the token to your client, right? So that in the subsequent request, your client will be able to use it, right? So that is something which we are going to do. Now all these things I have covered in detail in the last video where we have seen the JWT token already, right? So if you haven't checked that, again, I will recommend you to go ahead and check it out. So just go through the flow and you will understand things in very clear manner, right? Now let's go back over here. This is one example that we saw in the last video. And this is basically our architecture. Spring security architecture we have already seen in the first video. Now, if you remember, we will have filters, we will have authentication manager, then we have authentication provider, then we have user detail service, and we have user data stored in the database, right? And there is security context holder, which will hold your principal object, right? So this is basically existing flow that we have already seen, right? Now what will happen when we send the request to our application? A filter will come into picture. In the basic authentication video, we have seen this basic authentication filter, or the default one is username and password authentication filter. Now this guy will send the request to authentication manager that, dude, I want to authenticate this particular user. So what this guy will do, this guy will send the request to authentication provider, right? It will check which authentication provider is serving that particular request. And mostly in username and password authentication or basic authentication filter, we have DAO authentication provider. So this authentication provider will authenticate the object and it will fetch the user from user detail service, right? And it will authenticate and return the authentication object to your authentication manager, right? And it will make use of password encoder, which will be decrypting the password which is stored inside your database, because in the database your password will be like encrypted format, right? That was the quick recap and we have already seen that, right? But now if you compare this with this particular flow, so basic authentication and username and password authentication, we need to send the username and password for each request, right? But here what we want to do, we only want to authenticate once, right? We don't want to authenticate again and again. That also by using login or authenticate API, right? How can we achieve that? If we send the authenticate request to get the token, and if the filter comes into picture, that filter will try to authenticate that particular request. And for each request, that filter will keep on doing that. But what we want, we don't want this basic authentication filter or username and password filter now, right? We want to directly call the authenticate API without any authentication, right? So what we will do, we will directly call authenticate API and directly call the controller of authenticate API, right? And we will skip this particular filter for now, right? Because we are implementing JWT over here. We don't need basic authentication filter or we don't need username and password authentication filter, right? What we need JWT authentication filter, right? JWT filter will come into picture over here, right? But that will not come into picture while implementing your authenticate or login API, right? Your login API's purpose is to return the JWT authentication token, right? Once user get token and user sends the subsequent request, then the JWT authentication filter will come into picture, right? But for now, we want to skip all these authentication filters for our authenticate request, right? So what we will do, so let me enhance this diagram, right? So I've already created this diagram over here. So I hope this is visible, right? So this is basically your authenticate flow. And here when your client sends the request to your application, we will skip the filter for only authenticate API, right? For only authenticate API, we'll skip this filter and we will send the request directly to our auth controller. Now, what is the job of auth controller? Auth controller will create a JWT token for our user so that this user can send that particular token in other get and post APIs, right? But now when this particular client will send this request to our auth controller, this client will send the username and password with it, right? So if you remember, first request, first login, or let's say here we are calling it as authenticate, right? So let me just replace it, authenticate, right? So first user is sending username and password with that authenticate request. So I still need to authenticate this username and password, right? Here in this case, we are skipping the filter, but still we need to authenticate this particular request, right? This username and password we need to authenticate, right? Because how do we know that this particular username and password is correct? Once we authenticate that, after that only we can generate JWT tokens, right? We cannot generate JWT token and send to any user, right? Irrespective of their username and password. We need to first authenticate them, right? But now here if you see in the auth controller, our request already came to auth controller. Now how we are going to validate or how we are going to authenticate the user, right? Because in the request we will have username and password, but we need someone to validate that, right? Now in the normal case, when the request come to filter, what filter will do? Filter will delegate the request to authentication manager, right? So what we can do in this case, we can do the same thing. Now filter is not doing that. What we can do? We can directly tell authentication manager that, dude, I have this username and password, just authenticate it, right? So we will delegate the request to this authentication manager with the username and password, and this guy will authenticate by using this same flow. This guy will call the DO authentication provider, and this will fetch the username and password from our database, and our password encoder will decode it, and authentication will be completed, and our output of authentication will be sent back to our controller. And once that is done, once that is authenticated, after that only what we will do, we will just create a JWT token, right? Simple stuff, right? We are just making use of existing stuff only, just for in order to create JWT token, we are just doing this extra stuff, right? Nothing big, right? And this JWT utility and libraries we will see when we are implementing this, right? So that is basically the simple flow, right? That is basically the simple flow of your this authenticate and generate JWT token, right? So we are just focusing on this now. This we will see in the later part, right? So now let's start implementing this stuff, right? Now let me go to our code. Now if you remember, we have implemented all these things, right? So let's just have a quick recap. So we have this security config, right? In the security config, we have created a filter chain. So this is basically your security configuration class, right? And we have a filter chain. Now this filter chain we have made use of when we were implementing your basic authentication. So we are making use of HTTP basic authentication, right? And here we have some request matchers as well. Like here you can skip the authentication for respective requests, right? So all these things we have already seen, right? So if this particular request is coming, we can permit it and we can skip the filter, right? So that is basically implementation over here. And this HTTP basic will tell our Spring that, okay, dude, I want to make use of basic authentication filter, because by default Spring will make use of username and password authentication filter, right? Now next thing we have implemented, important one, is the authentication manager, right? So we have created our custom authentication manager for our basic authentication, right? And here we are making use of DO authentication provider. So we have created new DO authentication provider, and we are setting the user detail service. So we have created the custom user detail service, right? This is custom user detail service that we have created, and we are just setting it over here. And after that, we have created our custom password encoder, which is basically bcrypt password encoder, right? So all these things we have already implemented, right? User detail service, password encoder, DO authentication provider, authentication manager. So this is basically authentication manager, and we are returning the provider manager, which is implementation of your authentication manager, right? So that is basically something which we have already seen. We are just having a quick recap over here. And one more thing we have implemented is basically your custom user detail service, right? So here we have created a user repository, and this guy is implementing your user detail service. And here we are just finding by username, right? So this will just return the user inside our database, right? Nothing specific. Here we are making use of user detail repository, which is nothing but a JPA repository for us, right? And again, we have created a user, right? So user will implement user details, will have these particular fields, ID, username, password, and role. And we have all these overridden methods coming from your user details, right? And that also we have seen what exactly all those things are in the last videos, right? And here, if we run this particular code, let me run this code quickly. Then if we are calling any API over here, so let me just bring my Postman real quick. There we go. So basically, if we are calling any API, let's say weather/health, then we need to pass the basic authentication, right? Username and password. And this username and password we are adding in the database by using this particular command line runner, right? So we have implemented one command line runner which will add this particular user for us, admin and admin1234, right? So this also can be done by using a sign up API which will just add the user for us, right? Here our focus is different, right? So we have just implemented a quick command line runner which will add this particular user for us when we are starting our application, right? So now if I send the request by using this particular user, then we will be able to authenticate just fine and we'll get the healthy response, right? If I just pass the wrong password, it will fail, right? 401 unauthorized, right? So we need to pass the right password and we will get the response. So this is basically basic authentication that we have implemented, right? So here we don't need a basic authentication basically, right? Here we are directly calling our auth controller. Now first thing we are going to do is let's implement a controller, right? Let me create a new Java class and let's say auth controller. This is basically our simple REST controller, right? So let me just mark it by using @REST controller, nothing big. And here I will just create a simple API. So I will just say public, let's say string for now, and I will say generate token, right? Because this method is going to generate a token for us, right? And here now we need to accept the username and password from the user, right? Now how we can do that? We can probably make use of a request body over here, right? Request body. So request body we can use, and we need a entity, right? So let's say auth request we can say. Now this auth request we need to create, right? So let me just return some empty string for now. And what we will do, we will first implement this auth request, right? So we will go to our entity, we'll say new Java class, and let's say auth request, and this is basically our plain Pojo. Here we will have, let's say, private string. Let's say first we will have username, and same thing I will copy for password, right? And apart from that, what we will do, we'll just generate getters and setters for both of them, right? So this particular auth request we have implemented. Let me just import it real quick. So that is basically there, right? Now this is going to be a post mapping, right? Post mapping, and let's give a mapping as authenticate, right? So authenticate request basically. So now let's say we have this API, right? And let's say we are returning a JWT token from here, right? We need to create it obviously, right? But first we are implementing this API, right? If I restart this application and if I am making use of, let's say if I'm calling this particular API, let me create a new API perhaps. Let's say this authenticate API we are going to call, and I'm going to pass admin and admin1234, and if I send the request, then it may fail 401 unauthorized, right? Because we are not passing any authentication. But the thing is, we don't need any authentication over here because this is basically open API, right? We directly want to land inside our controller. So as we have seen over here, we directly want to land inside our auth controller, right? We don't really want to go into filter and authenticate stuff, right? So what we can do, we can go inside our security config, and here we have excluded h2 console, right? So similarly, what we will do, we will permit authenticate API, right? You can pass multiple over here obviously, but I don't need multiple, I just need one. So I will just say authenticate, right? And I will say permit all. Now your authenticate request will not come under basic authentication. Rather, it will directly be permitted to your controller, right? Now let me just stop and rerun. And what I will do now, let me just try to hit this again. If I hit this, I will get the respective JWT token, right? But now this particular token we need to fetch, right? And before that, before fetching the token, what we need to do, we need to first call the authentication manager. First, we need to authenticate the username and password admin1234 by using this authentication manager, and after that we can generate the token and stuff, right? Now let's proceed to next step and let's try to authenticate, right? So for authentication, what we need authentication manager, right? And authentication manager we have already created over here, right? This authentication manager, right? Same guy we can use. What I will do, I will just auto wire that over here. So I'll say authentication manager and authentication manager, and we will just inject it by using auto wire, right? This is basically field injection. Now what we will do, we'll tell authentication manager, this authentication, not authentication request, authentication manager to authenticate. Now authentication manager will have authenticate function, right? Now we need to pass the authentication object. So if you go inside this authenticate, then you will see that it needs an authentication object, right? Now we need to pass the authentication object over here, right? So that this guy can authenticate by using this request, right? And in order to pass this authentication, we can make use of, let's say, new username and password authentication token, right? Now if you go inside it, let me just quickly go inside this particular guy, and if you see over here, this is basically the constructor of it, and this username and password authentication token extend this abstract authentication token, and this implements authentication, right? So this is basically authentication object that our authenticate method needs, right? And we are creating by using username and password authentication token. Now this guy will accept two things. First is your username and second is your password, right? So we'll say get username, and second is your auth request dot get password, right? So two things we are going to pass to this guy. And what we will do, we'll just add this thing in try catch block, right? So let me just add a catch block over here, catch any exception coming, right? And we will just throw this exception for now, right? Because let's say if authentication fails, then this exception will be thrown to this particular user, right? Now what I will do now, I will just rerun this code and let's see what happens until now, right? Now here basically we are authenticating our user, right? So let's go back to our postman and let's try to send this request, and we are still getting JWT token, right? But what if I send the wrong password now, because we are authenticating as well? Let me just try to edit this password a bit, right? And let's send it. Now do you see, now this is coming 401 unauthorized. Now who is sending this? Our authentication manager. So if I debug this code real quick, let me just try to rerun it in debug mode. Is it running in debug mode already? Yes, it is. And I will add a debug point over here and try to send this request again. Now if you see, we are landing inside our authentication controller, right? Auth controller basically, right? And here this guy is going to validate it. So let me just copy this and let me just open evaluate expression, and let me just try to paste it over here, and let me just try to evaluate. If you see over here, this guy is returning bad credential exception, right? So once this guy returns bad credential exceptions, where we are going, we will probably go inside this catch block, and this particular authentication bad credential exception will be caught over here and will be sent back, and user will get 401 unauthorized, right? That means this credentials are bad. So we got it already over here, right? So we have implemented until which part? We have implemented until this part where we are calling this authentication manager, and this all is existing stuff only, right? Which we have implemented in the last video already, and we are just making use of same thing to validate our user, right? So we have validated already, right? Now the next part comes into picture, right? So we need to create a JWT token. So now our user is authenticated. We know that we have a legit user. Now we need to create a JWT token and send back to user, right? So our next job is to, let me add a to do over here. So to do create JWT token, right? So we need to create JWT token now. How we are going to create JWT token? Now Spring do not have any support for creating this token by default, right? Spring do not have any magic like that. We need to create our own utility which will have all the functionalities related to JWT utility. For example, if you see over here, we have multiple functionalities, right? We have extract JWT token, we have decode JWT token, we have verify signature, check expiry. All these methods we can add inside this particular utility, this JWT utility basically, right? And in order to create that utility, we need some libraries, because creating JWT token, validating it, checking the expiry and stuff, all these things are provided by this particular JWT libraries. So there are 2-3 libraries given by JWT, right, that you need to add inside your pom.xml file, right? Nothing big, right? You just need to add it, and they are going to provide you support for creating this particular utility, right? Now let's create that for us, right? So what I will do, I will create a new utility basically, right? So what we can do, let's create a new package and let's call it as util, and inside that util package, what we'll do, we'll just create a new Java class and let's say JWT util, right? JWT util. Now this again we can convert to component, and it will convert the Spring Bean for us, right? Now before creating anything over here, what we can do, let's go ahead to our pom.xml and add few libraries, right? So here we already have multiple things. Let me just click enter over here and let me just add a few libraries. So there are majorly 3 dependencies that you need to add. So this is basically one JWT API, second is JWT IMPL, and third one is JWT Jackson. So these 3 libraries will help us in order to create this JWT utility that we are trying to create, right? And that JWT utility will have all the functions related to JWT tokens, right? So we have added it. Let me just reload Maven real quick so that they are downloaded. After that, let's go back to our JWT util, right? So first and foremost thing we need over here is we need to function which will just return us a string, and we'll just call it as generate token, and this guy will just return a token, let's say, for now. Now we need to generate token over here. We cannot just return the string. We need to generate a JWT token over here. Now that is when a library called JWTS comes into picture, which is coming from the libraries that we have added. This is pom.xml stuff, right? From here it is coming. So if you see over here, JWTS is coming from JSON Web Token, and this guy will have a builder to build our JWT token, right? So now what we will do, now if you remember in the JWT token video, let me reload that quickly. What was it? JWT.io, right? Let it load. So if you remember this, JWT token will have all these things, right? So we need to pass this payload at least, right? What we will do, we will just set the details, right? So first thing we need to set is the subject. What we'll say, set subject. Subject, what we will do, let's set subject as the username of the user, right? So this username we need to get from the calling method, right? Who is calling this particular guy should pass the username as well. So first thing we are setting is username. After that, what we have, let's say issued at, right? Issued at is an important field, so let's say set issued at, right? So issued at, let's say now only we are creating it, right? Now only we are creating. Third thing is basically our set expiration, when this particular token is going to expire, right? Very, very important stuff. Now here again, let's create a new date, right? But now this date and this date will be same, so this token will expire real quick. What we will do, add some time over here. So what we can do is system.get current millis plus we will add some time, right? For example, let's just say expiration time over here, and let's define expiration time over here, and that will be our private field. We can make it as final as well, because that is not going to change, and that will be of type long. And here we will just add the value that how much time we want to create this particular token, right? So let's say 1000 into 60 into 60, that will bring it to around 1 hour, right? So this is basically token for 1 hour. Let me add semicolon, right? So this is basically the expiration time. So this particular token will expire after 1 hour, right? So there we set expiration time as well. Next thing we want to add is our secret. So we need to sign this. We need to sign the JWT token, right? We need to sign this JWT token by using, a secret. So there should be a sign with function. sign with function, and this guy needs a key now, right? This guy needs a key along with algorithm. This is something which we are going to do. So we first need a key, and second thing, we need a signature algorithm. So let me just add a key over here real quick. So there we go. So I have added this key. So let me just expand this. So this is basically the key that we are going to use. So this is basically a random string which is going to be our secret. So this is basically super secret, or you can add any string over here. It should have more than 32 bits basically. Now this is basically just a string. This string needs to be converted to a key because this guy needs the object of key, right? This guy needs the object of key and our algorithm. So in order to create a key, what we can do, we can just make use of these keys, right? So if you see over here, this is again coming from JWT, right? JSON Web Token Security. So this is how we can create a key. There is a method called hmac sha key for this particular secret. We'll just say string.getBytes and we will just create this particular key. And now this key can be passed over here, right? So this is basically this particular key that we are talking about, right? This is for signature verification. And we need some algorithms, right? So here we can make use of signature algorithm, and you can make use of any algorithm over here basically, right? Most famous one is HS256. So if you go back over here, you will find this particular algorithm, right? So this is basically HS256, and here the same one we are using. And after that, and I believe that's it, right? So these are all the details that you need for JWT token. And what we can do after that, we can just call a compact method and return it. So you can directly return it. Instead of returning this guy, we will directly return this guy. This guy should return a token for us, and this compact method will just compact it. And if you see the implementation, it will just compact all these things and return a single string for us. And this function will return this particular single string. Now we have created our JWT token. Let's go back over here. And in this utility, we have created a utility. We have added a method to create JWT token. And we have also added this particular libraries, right? Now we need to go back over here. Let me just go back to auth controller. And here we need to create JWT token now, right? So what we can do, we can create it. First thing I will do, I will just inject the JWT that we have created, JWT util over here, right? And I will just say @autowired. And what we need to do, we just need to call that method now, generate token. So here at this point, our user is already authenticated, and now we need to create a token. So this generate token that we have implemented will do that job for us. And here what this guy needs a user name, right? So what we can do, we can just say auth request over here, or we can just fetch it from auth request, right? Get username, and this guy should return it for us, right? And what we will do, we'll directly return the token from here. And let me just remove this, and that's it, right? We have created a token. Now let me just reload my application. Let's see what happens. Come up. So it is started. Now what I will do, I will just call this request. Let's send it. We are getting unauthorized because we are passing wrong password. Let me just fix that, and let's send it again. So if you see over here, we are now getting authentication token, right? This is basically the JWT token that we are talking about, right? So that means our JWT utility is working just fine, right? Everything is working just fine. The expiry of this guy is basically 60 seconds, right? So we have successfully created this JWT token, right? So now this auth controller is returning the token to our client, right? And again, if I am passing the wrong password over here, let's say something like this, then this will say unauthorized and you will not get any token, right? Because we are doing authentication as well, right? And if I send it again, then you will see that we are getting this JWT authentication token, right? Now, one more important thing that I want to tell you is JWT is a custom authentication flow that we are creating, right? JWT is not a standard flow that Spring is giving us. We are giving our own implementation. We are creating our own utilities. We are using libraries. We are doing in this way. Now, this totally depends on developer. This implementation is depending on me because I am implementing it at the moment, right? Each developer can have his own implementation, right? Because it's a custom implementation that we are doing, right? You can implement JWT in any way, right? That is why you might be seeing different implementation from different videos that you are looking into, right? But our end goal is to go and achieve this particular flow that we are seeing over here, right? This particular flow we want to achieve, right? This you can achieve by using anything, right? So this is something which I'm finding easy, so I'm implementing that, and it's pretty easy only, right? Because there is nothing, right? We are just using some simple libraries and creating this token and sending it to user, right? We are not doing any rocket science over here. Some people will overcomplicate this stuff and you will be confused, right? Because if you are seeing the code and people are copy pasting the code from here and there, then you will be definitely confused, right? You will lose the flow in some point of time. Ideally, you should have understanding by using this simple flow, what exactly is happening over here, right? Now we have implemented this first part, right? This first part we have implemented. Now what is the next step? Next step is what will happen when user will call the subsequent request. Now if I am calling this health API, what will happen? Now here if I pass this request, this will still work because I am sending username and password. But the thing is, I don't want to send username and password with each of my requests. I want to send authentication token because I've already authenticated once, right? I don't want to send this now. So how we can do that? So that is something which we will see in the next video, right? For now, we have created this particular JWT token. Let me see if we can decrypt this token, right? So let me just go over here and let me paste it over here. So if you see over here, we are getting all the details. So basically here we are getting decode header HS256, which we have set. After that, we are getting a decode payload, right? So we have this admin, which is our user, right? Username we have added here, right? Admin issued at expiry time, right? After that, what we have done, we have made use of signature. Now this guy is saying invalid signature because this is not the signature we have used. We have used some other signature. So let me just copy that over here. So this is my super secret key. If I copy this and paste it over there, let's see what happens. Right. So now this is a valid secret and your signature is now verified. This is basically the JWT token that we have created, and this is how it works, right? This is pretty simple, right? Now let's quickly recap what we have done. Very few things we have changed in order to create JWT token. First thing we have done is created a authenticate API, right? Authenticate API. Second thing we have done is basically permit this API without any authentication filter, right? So we are skipping it from our filter chain. After that, what we did, we created this request. This is a simple POJO to accept username and password. After that, what we did, we need to authenticate our object. So we called our existing authentication manager and we authenticated. Now this needs an authentication object. So we made use of username password authentication token over here. And we passed this username and password and this guy did its job, authenticated. If this authentication failed, then exception will be thrown and user will get 401. If this passes, then what we have implemented a JWT utility and we have added a simple function to create a JWT token by using all these things. We have added subject, we have added issued at, we have added expiration time, and we have added sign with this particular secret. And this guy will accept a key only. So secret key only this will accept. So this string we need to convert to secret key by using this method, by using this keys, which is again coming from your JSON web token, right? And this will just return a token for us. And another thing we have done is basically we have added this particular libraries in our pom.xml, right? So this generated authentication token for us just fine, right? So we have seen this particular first flow over here. Now this particular flow, this is going to be fun again. So this we will see in the next part, right? So let's get started over here. So let me go to canvas over here. So this is basically the authenticate flow that we have seen. To have a quick recap of it, so this will be a first request to get the JWT token from our server, right? So client will send the request and we are skipping this authenticate API from our filter chain. It will directly go to our authentication controller. By using this authentication manager, we will validate the username and password coming from our client. And we have implemented this JWT utility, which have generate token method by using these libraries, right? So we have generated the token and our user have the token, right? Now the next thing over here, if we see this particular diagram, now this first flow we have seen, right? First flow we have seen. Now we are looking into this one. Now the next subsequent request which user will send, what we need to do now, user will send the bearer token, right? This particular JWT token which we have sent and user already have it. That particular token will be sent in authorization header. We need to extract, decode, verify and check the expiry, and after that we need to process the request. So here authentication does not comes into picture. This authenticate flow that we have in this Spring security architecture will not come into picture because we have already authenticated all these things when we return the token, right? We have already authenticated by using this authentication manager, right? So our authentication controller already authenticated this user by using this authentication manager, then this provider and user detail service, right? So all those things are already done once, right? That's why we don't want to do it again. That's why we return JWT token to client, right? So that client can use that to send subsequent requests, right? So now all these things are not needed because our client already have token. Now let me go over here to this diagram. Now we are skipping this authentication manager, provider and user details because not needed, right? And we also don't need basic authentication filter now, right? Because if you are sending any other request, this filter will come into picture and this guy will start intercepting your request and start validating. We don't really want that, so we will remove this guy now, right? So once we remove this, which one will come into picture? If you know, by default Spring Security uses username and password authentication filter, right? So that will be there by default, right? But just before that, what we need to do, we need to add our own authentication filter for JWT. What we'll do, we'll create a JWT authentication filter. We need to add our JWT authentication filter. That also we'll need to create before our username and password authentication filter, right? Because if your username and password authentication filter comes first, then this guy will start again validating this request and say, dude, you don't have a valid username and password, right? That is why we should add this JWT authentication filter before your username and password filter, right? Now what this filter will do? Now this filter will not call your authentication manager to validate all these things, right? All these things, authentication manager, provider and user detail service will not come into picture now because our request is already authenticated. What we need to do, we need to just check the token that we are getting from the user, right? And that will be done inside our JWT authentication filter. So let me minimize all these things and I will just remove this link because we don't want to do this anymore. Now what this JWT authentication filter will do, this guy will talk to our JWT utility again, right? So we have created JWT utility, right? So if you remember, we have created this particular JWT utility, right? JWT utility we have created, which basically talks to our libraries, right? And now what our JWT filter will do, this guy will directly talk to our JWT utility, right? And this utility will again have all the methods related to validating your JWT authentication token, right? Once this guy validates it, once this token is valid, what this guy will do, what our authentication will do, this guy will directly call your Spring context holder and add this particular principal object to it. That, okay, dude, this particular user is verified and I'm adding this to security context. The principal object is added over here. Now, when the next filter comes into picture, username and password authentication filter, this filter will see that, okay, dude, the principal object is already added into security context. So I don't need to validate it again. So it will just skip that. And your call will directly go to your controller. So that is basically the flow of your subsequent request. So all these things will not come into picture over here. Rather, we'll just use this and we'll just set the object directly. So this filter is something which is not provided by Spring. We need to implement it on our own, right? So this entire part of authentication is skipped over here and we will directly go to the respective controller, right? So again, to reiterate, we will add a JWT authentication filter, right, before your username and password authentication filter. Now this JWT authentication filter will make use of this JWT utility, which will make use of this JWT library. And here we need to implement the functions related to validating this JWT token that is coming, right? And after that, this guy will add the principal object inside this security context holder. So just these two things we need to implement and all these things will be done, right? And this is basically not needed, right? So this is the existing implementation that we have seen, but those things are needed in the first flow when it comes to authenticate, right? And we have already seen that. If I go to code, if you see over here, we have created this auth controller, right? This is basically the controller which have authenticate API to generate a token. And what this guy will do, this guy will first authenticate by using authentication manager, generate a token. And this is basically the JWT util that we are talking about, right? JWT util. This is basically the utility that we have implemented in the last video only. So if you see over here, this only have one method, generate token. Now validate token is something we need to add over here basically. Now this will just generate the token and send back to user. So if you see over here, if I send this request, then we are getting this particular token. So until this point we have seen in the last video. So if you see here in the security config, we are just permitting this authenticate API, right? Now what is the first thing that we need to do, right? First thing, we need to remove this basic authentication filter. So what we have done, we have implemented this particular HTTP basic in order to do that, right? So let me just remove. I will just remove and add a semicolon over here, right? So that removes our basic authentication guy, right? Next thing we need to do is we need to implement what we need to implement. JWT authentication filter we need to implement, right? And we need to add it before username and password authentication filter. Now in order to add it into your filter chain, we need to first create it, right? So let's implement our filter. So what I will do, I have created this filter package, and here inside that I will just say new class, and let's say JWT authentication or auth filter, right? JWT auth filter. Let's add it, and let's convert this guy to component as well. This is going to be a Spring Bean, and let's extend this by using once per request filter, right? So this guy is basically a filter which comes into picture only once for each request, right? And we are extending our filter class with this guy so that this will be converted to a filter. If you go inside it, it is basically a filter based class that aims to guarantee a single execution per request on a servlet container, right? And it has a do filter internal method which takes HTTP servlet request and HTTP servlet response as an argument, right? What we need to do, we need to implement that method. So if I click on implement that method, it will give us that particular method, right? So this is basically overridden method which have your request, which have your response, and you have filter chain. Now this particular method you have you will have in every filter, right? So here we are creating a custom filter extending once per request filter. Here also we need to add this particular method, right? So what this particular method will do, we need to do 2-3 things over here. First thing we need to do is we need to validate our JWT token. In order to validate that, we need to first extract it from the request, right? Let's write some logic to extract the token from the request, right? So basically this filter we are going to add just before our basic authentication filter. So let's say first request will come to your JWT authentication filter. So what we will do, from the request we will extract the JWT token, right? So we need to extract it from the request, right? So now where do we exactly add it? So if I go to this particular API, so now this is a get API, and this is basically will come into picture when we do authentication. So if I select bearer token from here, then this guy will have some random token, and if you go to header, then that token will be added inside your authorization header, right? Authorization header as a bearer token, right? Here what we need to do, we need to get it from the request dot get header, right? So first we will get header and we'll pass the name of the header, authorization, right? Is the spelling correct? No, it is not. So authorization, right? And we will just get it in a string, right? So we have this authorization header now, or just call it as a auth header, right? Whatever we have inside our auth header will be here now, right? Now what we need to do, we need to extract the token from here. So if you see over here, it comes in this format. It will be like bearer space and then you will have your token, right? So we need to extract it. Now how do we do that? Let's first validate if it is there. If it is not empty, like some people will not pass it, right? So first we will check if auth header is not equal to null, right? If it is not equal to null, and auth header also starts with bearer, right? So we can check that as well. What I will say, auth header dot starts with, and I will just add bearer over here, bearer, right? And you can add space as well because there will be a space, right? If these two conditions are passing, then what we will do, we'll just extract the token. How do we do that? We will say auth header dot, here if you see, the token will be after bearer, right? So bearer will be like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 places, 6 characters in bearer and 1 space. After 7 characters it will be there, right? So what we will do, we'll just say auth header dot substring, not starts with, we'll just say substring, and we will just pass 7 over here, right? The beginning index will be 7, right? The token's beginning index will be 7, and we will just grab it in a variable, let's say token, right? And probably we need to define it outside this particular if case because it will not be accessible anywhere else. What I will do, I'll just add it over here and I will just remove it and I will just initialize this guy to null. Now we have the token, right? Now what else we need? Now let me just add a couple of to-dos over here. So first to do is basically we need to validate this token. And second thing we need to do is second to do we have is to set this to context. If the token is validated, then we need to set it to context, right? Now in order to validate this token, we will need user details, right? And we need to validate our token by using user details as well. What is the user detail inside this token and what is the user detail we have inside our database, right? So what we can do, we can extract the username. We can extract the username from this particular user detail repository, right? Find by username. We have created custom detail service as well. And here we need a username to extract the user. Now how we are going to get the username from this filter, right? How we are going to get the username? So we have a token here, right? So we need to extract username from this token, right? How we can do that? We can extract username by using a method. So what we can do, we can add a new method inside this guy. So let's say public, let's say it is string because your username will be string, and let's say get username, or rather extract username from token would be a better name. Extract username, let's say extract username, and it will just get the token, right? It will just get a string token, and from that token we need to extract, right? So here first thing we need to do is we need to extract all the information from this token, right? So again we have made use of this JWT to create the token. Now we can do reverse thing, right? We can extract information from this token by using again this same JWT guy. Now this time we will make use of parse builder. So there is method called as parse builder. What this guy will do, so here first thing we will do, we will set the signing key. That is the same key we will set over here, right? Same key that we have generated. We already have that key, right? So we have created this particular key in the last video. So same key we will use over here. So first we will set the signing key, that this is my signing key, and by using this signing key you can validate the JWT token and extract the details, right? And after that we will just build it. And after building, what we need to do, we need to extract everything, right? Extract everything. In order to do that, we can make use of parse claim JWT, and this will accept our token. That means parse everything from token. Parse claims mean parse everything from token. So this guy will parse everything. And if you see over here, what we can do over here, after parsing, you can just get the body of it, right? You can just get the body of it and you can collect it in a variable, right? Now you have a body. Now let's say you have a body. Now what we will do by using this body, what you can do, you can just say get. There should be get method or get username, or not username. Basically there should be get subject method, right? Get subject from this body, and we will just return that subject. Because if you see, while adding, we have added username as subject, right? So we want username, so we'll get it from subject. So now what we will do, we'll just call this method there inside our filter. Here what we will do, we'll just add this particular JWT. So we need to first inject it, I believe, right? So here we need to inject that guy first. So JWT util. So this JWT util I'm injecting over here, and I will just say auto wired. So that is there. Now I will say JWT util dot extract username, and what I will do, I will just pass token basically, right? So token I am passing over here, and this guy should return us a string. A string will be now our username. Again, this guy will not be accessible outside. So what I will do, I will just create it over here. String username, and again I will set it to null. So now we have extracted token and username from here, right? Again, we need a semicolon over here, otherwise this guy will cry. So now we have token, we have username, right? Right. So what we will do now we want to validate the token, right? We want to validate the token. Before that, what we will do, we will just check if this username that we are getting is not equal to null, right? Just a safety check, not equal to null, right? Once it is not equal to null, we will proceed. And another thing we will check, that if I go back over here to our diagram, we want to set it to security context inside security context holder. So first I will check if that guy is null and nothing is there, right? So first we will check that your principal object inside your security context holder is null. What we can do for that, we can just say security context holder. There we go, security context holder dot get context, and inside that, let's say we have get authentication. So let's check if this authentication is null, right? So we want to set it so it should be null in the first place, right? Now we want to validate the token, right? We want to validate the token now. Now when we extract the username from this guy, this particular JWT parse builder, we are setting this particular signing key, right? And once we parse that particular token, if this particular signing key will not match, this guy will throw error that you have an invalid token, right? So our token verification is already done in one way, right? When we are fetching this username, right? But we want to do extra verification that the username that is present inside a token is already present inside my database, right? So in order to do that, what we can do, we can fetch user by using username, right? So we have this username. What we can do, we can make use of this custom user detail service and fetch the username. So what I will do, I'll just inject that custom user detail service, and what I will do, I will just auto wire this guy. I will say auto wired, and here what I will do, custom user detail service dot load by username, and we will just pass the username over here, and this guy will return us the respective user details, right? So we have got the user details over here. Now what we will do, we will just validate the token, right? So what I will do, I will just add a validate token method, right? So in this particular JWT util, I will just add a validate token, and we will just pass this username, and we will also pass this user detail that we have extracted, right? And this method is not implemented there. Let's create a method. So there we go, we have this method now. Now here we will do two things. First thing we will do is check if username is same as username in user details. And second thing we will do over here, that we will check if the token that we have is not expired. So these two things we need to do over here, right? So let's do first thing real quick. But guess what? We don't have token over here. Other what we can do, let me just add a token over here as well. So what I will do, I will just say string and token, right? What I will do over here, we have username, we have user detail, and we have token as well. And validate token can be a boolean, so we'll just return a simple true false. So what we will do first thing, so what we can do, we can validate, right? So we can validate that username is coming, and that is basically equals to user details dot get username. And second thing we want to check is that if a token is expired. So we'll just add a new method. Let's say is token expired, right? So let me just implement this particular method real quick. So first we need to check if the token is not expired, right? How we can check that? We can just get the expiration from this body. So what I will do, I'll just extract this method instead of adding it over here again. We'll extract this into a method extract, and I will extract in a method, and I will say extract claims. This guy will return us the claims, and instead of doing all this, what I will do now, I will just add it over here, extract claims, and I will just return the subject in this case. So small function, right? So here also what we can do, we can just say extract claims, we'll pass token over here, and we will say get expiration, and we will just check if this expiration is before current time, right? It should be before current time, right? And this will again return us the boolean. So I will just return boolean from here, and from here we can just return this particular result of this particular statement, right? So that's it. Now we are validated. Now we have validated the token. This will just return true if this username is matching and the token is not expired. It should be not expired ideally, right? Token should not be expired. Now we will go back to authentication filter, and we will say validate token. We'll do token we need to pass token as well, right? So we have validated this token now. And now if this particular statement is true, if the token is validated, so I will just add this in a if case only. And if the token is validated, then what we want to do, we want to add it. Where do we want to add it? We want to add it to this particular security context, right? And in order to add that, we need to create this particular object, right? So how we can create that? We can create that by using new. There should be a username and password token ideally. Let me just search username password authentication token, right? And here we will first pass the user details. So we will first set the user details. Principal means our user details, right? So first thing it will take is principal. Second thing it is taking is basically your credential. So I don't have any credential over here, so I will just say null. And third thing it wants is, what is the third thing it wants? Authorities, right? So we can extract that by using user detail service, right? User details dot get authorities, right? So if you see over here, user detail will have authorities. So this user that we have created will implement user details and it will have authorities, right? Get authorities function will be there, which will just return simple granted authority, which will have the role of this particular user, right? Now we have created this token. Let me just grab it in a variable. I will just say username and password authentication token, or just say auth token. So this token we have created to set inside our application context, right? So what we will do, we'll just set it in a security context holder, security context holder dot get context dot set authentication, and we will just say auth token. Now here when we are adding these details, it will have all these details, right? User detail and user authorities, right? But what we can do, we can add few extra details over here in the auth token. So what I can say, auth token dot auth token, I can say set details, and we'll just create a new details object, right? New web authentication details source, right? So this is basically the implementation of your details object. And here what we will do, we'll just say build details, and inside build details we'll pass the request, right? Now why we are doing all these things? Because we want to set all the request related details to this particular object auth token, right? All the request related details, because this auth token only will have this user detail and user detail authorities, right? It won't have any details related to this request. By using this statement, we are setting it so that your context will have more information about this token and this particular principal object, right? So this may be important for auditing purpose later. So let's say we want to log the details about the request. So you can do that from your authentication object, which is present inside your security context, inside your context holder, right? So that is basically something which we can do, not really required, but you can do that, right? After that, what we will do, once all these things are completed, what we need to do, we need to just call the next filter, right? What we'll do, we'll just say filter chain dot do filter, and we'll just pass the request and response, right? So that the next filter in the filter chain will be called. So these are the things which we are doing over here, right? And that's all about your JWT authentication filter. Now this filter should do all these things for us, which we have implemented. What all things we have done? We first got the authentication header from authorization header. After that, we are checking if it is not null and checking if that is starting with bearer, right? If that is starting with bearer, we are just making use of substring and taking a token after 7th index, right? And after that, we are just extracting the username from this token by using this extract username. And here we have created an extract claims, which will extract the details from our token, right? By using this JWTs, we will provide the same signing key. It will check if it is correct and it will parse it, right? And here it will just return us the subject. So we got the username. So after that, we checked if that is not null, and we checked if the authentication object inside this context is null in the first place, right? After that, what we are doing, we are validating the token. Validating the token by using username, user detail, and token, right? So here we are checking if the username is equal to username which is coming from our database, and we are checking if the token is not expired, right? And inside token, we will again get these details, get this body by using this particular extract claims method, and we'll get expiration time, and we'll check if that is before the current time, right? So it should be before the current time. It should not be. So if it is before current time, that means your token is expired. So we are just checking if token is not expired. So it should be in future, right? Your expiry. So that will return the validate for us. And if this returns true, we are just creating object of auth token, username, password, authentication token, adding few request related details into it and setting it to your context, right? So that was the implementation of JWT filter. Again, very, very easy, right? We are not doing any complex stuff over here. Very, very simple stuff, right? We have added few things in our JWT utility by using this library. Now what we want to do, we want to add this JWT filter in a filter chain before username and password filter. How can we do that? Let's go back to security config. We can say http dot add filter before. Which filter we want to add? We want to add JWT filter. So that particular JWT filter I need to auto wire over here first, right? JWT auth filter, JWT auth filter. I will just auto wire it. That means I will just inject it by using auto wired, and I will just say JWT authentication filter before I want to add it before username and password authentication filter. Username password authentication filter dot class. That's it, right? Now I have added it before username and password authentication filter. Now our new filter is basically added inside our filter chain, right? Now I think we have everything, right? We have everything basically. So let's try to run this code. Right, so let me just quickly rerun this particular code. Let's see what happens. So that is up. So what we will do now, let me just go over here and get a new token. So we will just get this particular token. Now if you see over here and try to send the request with basic authentication, then it may not work. It will not work basically. You will get an error. Now what we'll do, we'll just send a bearer token. Now here I have pasted the token, and if I send it, we are getting some 403. Why we are getting that? We are getting unsupported JWT exception at JWT util 35, right? Okay, so this should not be JWT. Ideally it should be JWS method, right, to extract the details. So parse the claims by using JWS. It should not be JWT. Let me stop and rerun. Now it should ideally work. Now if I go back and send the request, then we are getting the respective output, right? Now what we can do, let's have a quick debug session. It is running in debugging mode already. So what I will do, I will go to our JWT filter first and add a debug point over here. From there we can proceed, right? Now let me send it. Now if you see over here, we are extracting the token from this particular authorization header. If you see, authorization header will have this particular token now. After that, we will check all this and we will get the token after index 7. So if you see the token now, token will have just the JWT token. And here in the extract username, what we are doing, let me just go over here. Here in the extract username, we are just building this token. We are just building getting the body from this token, right? It will just build it. It will parse the body. It will get the body, right? And it will return. Right, and that body will have get subject. So from that subject we are getting the username. If you see over here, we will have the username at this point of time, basically, which is admin, right? And from here we will just extract the user details. We are getting user details from database, and we'll just validate the token now, right? Validate the token that, okay, dude, we are checking first this part and second this part. This part will be, it will again fetch the token. So if you want to check what is there inside a claim, then we can probably evaluate this expression. Let's evaluate. If you see over here, it will have this subject, it will have this issued at and expiry time, right? All these things, the things which we have added while creating the token are coming back to us, right? 1, 2, 3, and it will get expiration, and we'll check if this particular guy is before that. Now this will not be before and it will be true. Now this is getting the body and this will return the result, and our token will not be basically expired, right? Now if we proceed, now after that we are going to this particular controller, and this controller will return us the result. Now if I change any character inside this particular guy, if I change anything and send it, then let's say what happens. So if I proceed now, and now we are extracting the claims, right? Now let me try to evaluate this. Evaluate expression, and let's evaluate. JWT signature does not match locally computed signature, right? So that is basically a wrong token. Now from here only user got 403 forbidden, right? And what will happen if the token is expired? Let's say I will just add 1 minute. Let's say token will be expired in 1 minute. What will happen, right? So let me just rerun. So it is started. Now let me just send it, get a new token, and let me try to quickly get a response. So now we are getting, let's wait for 1 minute, right? We are still getting response, waiting to complete 1 minute. Now if you see 1 minute is completed and we are getting 403 forbidden, right? So that is basically your token is expired, right? That means user needs to generate a new token, right? So that is basically how you can implement JWT filter and you can add a respective utilities inside your JWT utility, right? So I will convert this back to 60 so that when I push this code, you will be able to see this particular value, right? So I will just push this code and I will add the link in description, right? So that you can clone the code and play around with it, right? So let me go back over here to our diagram, right? So what we did, we created a new JWT authentication filter. We have added a utility. We have validated our token, right? And we have checked the expiry of the token, right? All these things we have implemented. And after that, we have added it inside a security context holder, right? So if it is present inside security context holder, your username and password authentication filter will skip it and your request will directly go to controller, right? So that was the simple implementation of your JWT authentication filter, right? Nothing big thing over here, very simple stuff, right? So that is how you can implement JWT authentication, and this is one time process, right? And this is very simple stuff, right? One time process, once you implement it, you don't need to change it, right? Very frequently. So that is how you can implement your JWT authentication. First thing you can do is implement your authenticate flow. Get the token. When the user passes the token, you need to implement add your JWT auth filter before your username and password authentication filter. So that is again important. In order to do that, you can add this statement, add filter before. Which filter? This filter before this filter, right? Simple stuff. JWT authentication filter before username and password authentication filter, right? So that we have added, and once we send the request with the token, we have extracted the token by validated by using this utility and added it inside this particular holder. That's it, right? So we have implemented and we have added the logic to validate the token as well. So that is basically how simply you can implement this JWT authentication, right? Very simple stuff. Now, if you have any question on JWT authentication implementation, let me know in the comment section. Alright, so now we are done with JWT authentication and we have seen the implementation part as well. So now in this section, we are going to look into Spring Security Authorization. So first we will start with architecture and after that we will look into the implementation part of it. So let's get started. So here is what we are going to do. We are going to first look into roles and permission. What exactly are roles and permissions? After that, we will jump into the architecture part of it. And after that, we will see a simple authorization flow, right? We will see how authorization actually is happening behind the scene. We will have a quick debug session, right? So that is basically a simple agenda of this video. So let's get started without wasting any time. So let me go to Canvas over here. So let's see what is roles and permissions, right? We all know what is authorization, right? We have discussed it in the first video as well. When we were looking into authentication, that authorization basically determines what you can do after the authentication. So this thing basically comes into picture after your authentication and it ensures users only access what they are allowed to. Let's say there is this user. Now your application should know who is this user, what is the role of that user. Now there can be multiple roles inside your application. For example, let's say administrator, right? So your application can have multiple admins. Let's say I am an admin, so my user will have a role attached to it. Let's say role admin, right? So let's say role underscore admin. Or there could be other simple user who is using your service, right? So we can give a normal role, let's say user, to that particular user. Or we can have other users as well. Let's say we have managers, we have internal users, external users. So each type of user will have one role. For example, if you remember in the last video, this is basically the application we were looking into, weather service, right? And here if you see, this is my username and password. And we also have role attached to it, which is basically this particular role, right? Role admin, role user, role n, right? It can be anything basically you can define, and that respective role will have the respective permissions, right? We will come back to permissions. So basically this is basically the role that I'm talking about. So we have added this role inside our user, but we have not used it. We have not used it for authorization purpose yet. Now, let's say this user have a role, let's say role admin. This is just attaching a role to your user. But what permissions admin can have, that will be defined by permission. So this is basically permission. So your admin can read, write and delete inside your application. Let's say there is other user, let's say user, which can only read. That user cannot write or delete. So it will have only one permission. After that, let's say there is a manager who can just read or write. He cannot delete. So each role will have one or more permission attached to it. So if you see over here we just have a string role, right? We don't have any permission as such. So we need to implement permission part as well. Well, how to do that? That is something we will see, right? Now to reiterate, user will have a role attached to it, and each role will have one or more permissions attached to it. Depending on this role and this permission, your user will be able to access or perform operations inside your applications once authenticated. So that is basically your role, and that is basically your permission. Now let's jump into the authorization architecture. So all the information I'm going to provide you is coming from this particular documentation. This is basically Spring Security documentation, which have latest version 6.5.0. I will put the link in description. You can go ahead and check it out, right? Now let's come back over here. So we have seen role admin and we have seen this one as well, right? Now you might be wondering why I have written it role_admin, right? Because for each role, Spring will expect to have a prefix, right? And the default prefix is role_. So role_ is default prefix and admin is your actual role. So if you see over here, by default role-based authorization rules include role_ as a prefix. And if you want to change that, you can change it by using this bean, and you can define your custom prefix as well, right? Just add this bean inside your configuration class and you will be able to change it. It's not a big deal, but we are using default only. Shouldn't be a problem for us. And if you remember, let me go back over here. So this is basically our authentication architecture, right? So in authentication architecture, if you remember, we had multiple filters, right? For basic authentication, this one will come into picture. Then it will talk to your authentication manager. Then there will be a provider. There will be user detail service. All these guys will collaborate together and do your authentication. After that, we have seen JWT authentication as well. Then we have added our custom JWT filter, which was authenticating our token. And after the authentication is done, we were able to access our controller, right? So all these things we have seen in the last video. So if you haven't seen them yet, I will recommend go ahead and check them out because it's an essential part to understand the authorization. You can find the link of those videos in the description as well. So this is basically now the architecture of your authorization. Now, at the end of your filter chain, so this is basically your filter chain, right? At the end of your filter chain, you will have authorization filter. So by default, authorization filter will be there at the end of your filter chain. So if you go over here, we have this authorize HTTP request. And if you see over here, you will see that authorization filter is last by default, right? The authorization filter is last by default in a Spring Security filter chain. Once your authentication is completed, so you have all your filters, right? So we have added JWT authentication filter. So that guy will do its job first. It will authenticate everything, put the things into context. So you will have diagram over here as well. For example, here is your authorization filter at the end. Then your authentication will be completed. And after that, the authentication details will be stored inside your security context holder, which we have seen as well over here. This is basically your holder, right? Your principal object will be stored over here. Then your authorization filter, once your authorization filter is triggered, what this guy will do, this guy will delegate the request to your authorization manager. Now, similar to authentication manager, we have authorization manager as well. Now, what is authorization manager? Authorization manager is a functional interface which have only one method, that is check, right? What it will check? It will check if this request is authorized or not, right? Based on the rules we are providing, right? That is basically the job of this interface. And this is the interface, right? So this interface have multiple implementations. Let me just show you authorization manager first. There we go. So this is basically authorization manager. So if you see over here, we have only one abstract method, that is check, right? We have a couple of default methods as well in this interface, but this particular method is basically our abstract method, as our authorization manager is a functional interface. And this guy have multiple implementations. So if you see over here, we have multiple implementation for different use cases, right? So in order to check that, let me go over here. And if you go to this particular page, then you will see over here that these are the implementation of your authorization manager. So this is basically your authorization manager over here, which is basically your functional interface. And we have this implementation first, let's say request matcher delegating authorization manager, right? Which comes into picture when we add request matchers inside our application. So if you go over here, then you must remember that we had this request matchers, right? We had this request matchers, which we add in our filter chain, right? So this request matcher will be actually used by this guy. So whenever we have this request matcher, this implementation of authorization managers comes into picture. And we have many more for different purpose. We will have authority authorization manager. We have authenticated authorization manager. We have pre-authorized, post-authorized. These two actually comes into picture when we look into method security, right? You must have heard pre-authorized and post-authorized annotations. We will also see that in the upcoming video, right? But for now, consider we just have request matcher, and this particular guy will come into picture for us. Request matcher delegating authorization manager. Now what that guy will do, that guy will tell us if the request is authorized or not, right? If the request is authorized, then it will go to your respective controller, or it will just go through your normal process, right? But if it is not authorized, then it will throw access denied exception 403, right? And same thing is mentioned over here. So you have request matcher delegating authorization manager, and this guy will tell us if request is authorized or not. If it is not authorized, we will throw access denied exception. Otherwise, we will continue processing request normally, right? So that is basically the simple architecture of your authorization. So what we can do now, let's go back over here, and simple stuff we will see. So this is basically our existing application. Let me just rerun it. So what we have seen until now, right? So if you see over here, let me just quickly hit this request. First, what we need is we need a authentication token. So I will just hit this authentication request. What I will do, I will just copy this. I will go ahead and paste that token over here and quickly send this request. You will see that we are getting a response, right? So this is basically healthy, right? Now what user we have, right? So if you go over here in authenticate, we have this user admin, and admin1234 is the password basically, right? And where we have created that, if you remember, we have created it by using this admin user initializer, which is basically a command line runner, right? And here if you see, we have created this new user. We are setting username, we are setting password, and we are setting this role, which is basically role underscore admin. So now the role is role underscore admin. Now, if you see over here, this role we are not using anywhere, right? So let's use that real quick. What I can do, I will go over here. We have this request matcher, right? Let me zoom this a bit so that it's clearly visible. I hope that is visible now. What we will do, we will add another request matcher. Now what I will say, another request matcher, and I will just add the same API for now. For example, the health API. Let's say health API, I only want to be accessed by admins. What I will do, I will add it over here. This API, I want to access if the user have role, and which role? Let's say admin. So I have just added a single line over here now. Just a single line, and what we are doing now, we are making use of that role which we have added over here, this role, right? We are telling Spring Security to make use of this particular role, and if user hits this path, then allow the user only if that user has role as admin, right? That is basically the simple statement. So what I will do, I will just restart my application, stop and rerun. So it should come up just fine now, and what I will do, I will just send the request, but it will just come in healthy, right? Because we have everything in place. This has an admin role, and the user we are using have the admin role. So for example, if I go back over here, we have this admin role. So what if I change the user over here, and instead of admin, I say user, and rerun my application. So it is up and running now. And if I hit this now, you will see that we are getting 403 forbidden because the role is not matching in this case. What I will do, I will just go back to admin over here, and let's run it in a debug mode. Now we will have a quick debug session on things we have seen so far, right? So we will try to relate to all these things. So what I will do, I will just go to authorization filter now. So there should be authorization filter. There we go. And I will just add a debug point over here. I already have. So what I will do, I will just unmute it and hit the request. So if you see over here, we are in JWT authentication filter, right? Because first we need to authenticate stuff. These all extract claims and extract claims related stuff we have seen in the last video. It is validating the token basically, right? JWT token. So that is basically the authentication part. Now it should have completed. So if you see over here, now the request is coming to your authorization filter. So this is basically do filter method of authorization filter. And here if you see, we have authorization manager. Here if you see, we have authorization manager. If you see over here, authorization manager is of type request matcher delegating authorization manager, right? The one we have seen. So this is basically authorization manager. And if you see over here, we have this request matcher delegating authorization manager, as we are making use of this request matcher. So that is basically authorization manager. Let's go back over here. And now we will go to this authorization manager, and it will call the authorize method of authorization manager, which is basically default method inside authorization manager, and which will call the only abstract method because it is a functional interface, which is check, right? So let's go on. So if it will basically come over here, and if I proceed now, it should go into request matcher delegating authorization manager. Let's proceed. There we go. So if you see, we are in request matcher delegating authorization manager. So if you see over here, it is inside a check method, and it is looping through all the mappings, right? What is the mapping? Mapping is basically request matcher entity, right? So if you go back over here in our config, so we have defined these request matchers, right? 2 of them, right? So if you see over here, we will have the list of that one. So we have 3 mappings basically. First one is if you see over here, we have authenticate, right? Second one is, let me just open it real quick. Second one is your weather/health, and third one should be its default one, which we haven't added, right? So it won't probably show us. So no fields to display, right? So it will loop through each one and it will check the role. So if you see over here, we have this manager, which is instance of authority authorization manager now, right? So now this guy is using the other guy. So if you go back over here, so request matcher delegating authorization manager is making use of which one? Authority authorization manager, right? Internally to authenticate. And if you see over here, it will have the role. What authority it will have? It will have role admin, because we are asking it to permit only role admin authority. So if we proceed now, then that particular role is matching with the user's role, and we are able to go to controller, right? So now we are at the controller layer, right? So that means the request is authorized. If it is not authorized, then it will just throw us some error. So that's how your authorization actually work. So this guy will validate your roles, this guy will validate your permissions, and this guy will tell us if it is authorized. Now what we have done till now is we have just added a role and a simple rule, right? So we have added a simple request matcher that this should have this particular role. What we need to do, we need to assign permissions as well to this particular role, and our authorization manager will check that one as well, right? Now how we can do that? That is something which we are going to look into the upcoming video. So this is basically a quick request matcher I have added to show you authorization manager and request matcher delegating authorization manager, right? And we have a quick debug session based on this. Let me go back over here. We have seen what are roles and permissions. We have seen the architecture. We have seen the simple authorization flow, and we had a debug session as well. So this is basically part 1 now. In the part 2 of it, we will actually look into the implementation. String security authorization implementation, right? So we are going to implement that. So first we will add roles. After that we will add permissions. After that we will implement get authorities method in order to return these new roles and permissions. After that we will add few request matcher rules and test them out. So if you see over here, we have also looked into these roles and permissions. So this is basically the role, and this is basically the permission that we have over here, right? Now what we need to do, we need to implement this, right? So let's jump into the code directly. So we have this particular code that we have seen in the last video, right? Here if you see in the last video, we have added this simple request matcher in order to have a quick debug session and understand what exactly is going on when we actually make use of this authorization. And we have also seen what is authorization manager, right? But here if you see in the users, we are adding this particular role as a string. We are not making use of any permission. So what we will do now, let's first go ahead and add these 3 permissions, right? So what I will do, I'll create a new enum saying permissions, right? So there we go. We have this enum, and now I will add few values over here. So as we are in a weather application, I will say weather read, weather write, and weather delete, right? So these are basically 3 permissions that we can give over here. So we have a permission enum, right? So that is basically it for permission. Now what we can do, if you go inside user, then you will see that role we are providing in this user is basically a string. So this also can be converted to a enum. So what I will do, I will just add a new enum saying role, right? There we go. So we have added this role, right? And I will quickly create a couple of roles over here. Let's say first is admin, another is user, right? So we have a couple of roles over here, right? Now what we need to do, we need to assign this role with one or more permissions, right? So what we need to do, so one way of doing that would be attach this particular enum with the set of permissions, right? So what we need to do, I will just create a set of permission over here. Set of permissions, I will call it as permissions, and I will make this guy private final, right? That will ask me to create a constructor for it. And now we have created constructor, we need to define permissions to each of this particular enum, right? So admin, what permissions we need? Let's say here we need read, write and delete, right? So what I will do, I will just create a set.auth and I will just add permissions.read, permissions.write and permissions.delete, right? So 3 permissions I will add over here. So we have added 3, and this guy also we need to create or attach few permissions. So let's say set.auth and I will add permissions.read, right? So only one permission we will give to this particular user, right? And what we can do, we can just add a quick getter over here as well, so that we can get the permission attached to certain enum, right? That is basically the enum that we have created. Simple stuff, right? So we have created permissions and we have created enum, right? Now next what we will do, we'll go to our users, and here in the user we will, first thing we will do, we will convert this particular string to this particular enum that we have created, right? Now the moment I do that, multiple things will cry over here. First thing is basically your getter and setter. So I will remove this. What I will do, I will say command N and I will create new getters and setter for roles, right? So get role, set role. And another important thing is this simple granted authorities, right? So that is something we need to change now, right? Now get authorities, we need to pass roles plus permissions, right? And this won't work now because it's not a simple string. Now this is an important method which tells Spring that what authorities this particular role has, right? And by authorities I mean the role plus permissions, right? So we need to provide that over here, right? And this particular method returns the object of simple granted authority, right? So if I press Ctrl Z over here and show you what we had earlier, so it returns simple granted authority, right? So what we will do, we'll just create a set over here, set of simple granted authority, and we will call it, let's say authorities, and I will just create a new hash set, right? And what I will do, now I will remove this. Now we have this set, right? And what we need to do, we need to return this particular authorities from here, right? And that is basically our job. But now this map is empty. What we need inside this particular map, we need to set few simple granted authorities for each role, right? Now in order to do that, what we will do, we will say authorities. So first what we will do, we'll just add a role. So what we will do, we'll just create a new simple granted authority for that particular role. So now what I will do, I will just add this particular prefix over here and plus I will say given role dot name, right? So this will just return the name, the string format of that particular name, right? And if you see over here, this is basically role format. So we need to add something called as enumerated. That means I want this to be converted to string, right? So we will just say enum type dot string over here, so that when we store this particular guy inside a database, it will be stored in a string format, right? So this particular annotation is necessary when we want to store it inside a database, right? So that is basically enumerated, and we have added authority. Now what we will do, we will add permissions now, right? Now each role can have multiple authorities, right? So what I will do, I will just make use of add all, and here I will add a collection. Now here what we will say role dot get permissions. So here is when that get permission method that we have added will come into picture, right? And I will say get permission and I will create a stream out of it, because each permission we need to convert into simple granted authority, right? So what I will do, I will make use of a map function. What that map function will do, for each permission, what we will do, we'll return a new simple granted authority, and we'll just add that permission over here in the string format. And at the end, we will make use of collect function and just return that particular set. Now what exactly is happening over here? We are adding permissions to this particular authorities, right? In order to do that, what I did add all, then I extracted permissions, right? Extracted permissions from this particular role, right? What we can do instead, we can just extract this as well. So what I will do, I will just say right click, refactor, and I can introduce a variable, right? So here we will say permissions. So now this is basically better. Now there are duplicate variables, so let me just again refactor and rename this guy. I will say permission authorities, and now this particular set I will set inside this particular authority. So all the authorities present inside this particular set will be added inside this particular authorities. Now this particular simple granted authority will have a list of role. For each role, whatever permissions we have, let's say the role is admin, right? Then for the admin role, what permissions we have? We have these 3 permissions. So these 3 permissions also will be added into authorities, right? For each role, that particular role and the list of authorities will be added inside this particular authorities. And whenever Spring will make use of this get authorities, it will get all the simple granted authorities, role as role admin and permission as read, write and delete, right? If the user is this particular user, then it will just get 2 elements, role plus read. So that way we are adding the list of role plus permissions inside this particular authorities, right? So this is only the important step over here, right? Now we have added the authorities. Now what we need to do, we need to just add few request matchers over here and we are fine. Now here what we can do is we can add role based rule, or we can add a permission based rule as well. For example, this particular rule that you see over here is a role based rule, right? Because we are just giving a role over here. Now we can give the enum as a role because we have created a enum, right? So I will just say role dot admin. Now we have added this, right? So now this admin will be able to access this particular endpoint, right? Similar to what we have seen in the last video, right? Or if I say user, then user will be able to access this particular guy, right? But this is related to role, right? What we want to do, we want to add rules related to permissions as well. So what I will do, I will completely remove that and let's go to our controller. So we have weather controller, right? So we have this weather controller, and let's say all the get mappings over here, all the get request, I want to be accessed by our user, right? So user will be only able to access your get request, right? And your admin will be able to access post mapping, delete mapping, whatever it is, right? So let's say that is something we want to implement. So let's go over here into security config, and here what we will do now, we will add new request matcher, right? And here what I will do, I will just give the pattern, right? So I will just say weather / star star, right? And before that I can pass HTTP method as well. For example, for HTTP get, right? If the method is HTTP get and the pattern is this, then I want to give authority as I will just add a permission over here. Which permission? weather.read, and that needs to be in the string format. So what is happening over here? If the HTTP method of that request is get and the pattern is this, then only allow if the user have weather read permission. Now let's say we have a user with admin role, right? Then that admin have weather read permission. So that admin will be able to access this particular get request of weather, right? And let's add another one now. Now things will be more clear. Now what I will do, I will add another one, and this time I will say post. Now the post request will be accessed by someone who have write. Now if you see over here, the user which have user as a role only have permission as weather read. That guy do not have permission as weather write. So that guy will not be able to access this particular post request. Now I will add another one for delete, and I will add delete over here. So we have added that. Now what I will do, I will just quickly run this particular code. Before doing that, let's go over here into this particular command line runner. Why we are using this? We are using this to create users inside our application, right? So here if you see, I'm creating a new user, giving it name as admin, giving this password as admin1234, and giving this particular role. Now role is our enum. So I will add that particular enum over here. Now let's add another user. I will just replicate this guy. I will just say user, right? Instead of admin, we will say user now. Instead of this particular password, let's say user1234, right? And here we will give user as a role, and we will save that as well, right? So now we have two users, right? And I will restart this application. Now if you see over here, our application is started. Now let's go back to Postman and let's test. So if you go over here, so this is basically, let's first get the token, right? So where is the token request? There we go. So this is basically the token request, right? Now let's create a token for admin, right? So I will just send it and I will copy this token and I will go over here and we have this particular get request. What I will do, I will go to authorization. I will add that particular token and I will send. So we are getting this particular output now that the weather of Pune is sunny, right? No problem. So get will be able to access, right? Because admin have these three roles. So if you go over here, admin have read, write and delete, and admin can add the weather as well. For example, let me convert this guy to post, and post request does not need any argument. It needs a body. So what I will do, I will just say Mumbai now, and Mumbai is raining with 15 degrees Celsius, let's say. So what I will do, I will just add this particular detail now. So this detail is added, right? And if I do get, and now if I do get with the key as Mumbai, then we will see that we are getting rain in 15 degrees Celsius. Now what we will do, we will go back to our authenticate API and I will create the token for user, right? So user I will create and I will say user 1234 and I will just send it. So we got this new token. Now I will go ahead and add this token to our get request. There we go. And we are getting the output because our user also have permission to read. But now let's try to post, right? Let me go to post over here and I will go inside this authorization, add this particular token. Now we have added it. Now let me try to add weather for Delhi. Delhi is also raining with, let's say, 10 degrees Celsius. So basically Delhi, right? So let's try to add it. Did I change the header? Let me just make sure that, and I will send it. Now if you see, we are getting 403 forbidden because this particular user, right, this particular user that we have just created do not have permission to write. That guy only have permission to read, right? So this user will not be able to create weather inside your application, rather only be able to get it, right? So get is working but post is not, right? And same thing will happen with delete. If you go over here, add this particular header. Let me go to authorization, say bearer token, this particular token, and try to hit this particular request. That guy will not be able to hit that, right? But in case if I get the token from admin and copy it and go to delete, paste this particular new token that we have created and try to delete it, then we will see that it is able to delete, getting 200 okay. So that is basically something which is happening over here, and that is how we can make use of roles and permissions. Pretty simple stuff, right? So we are making use of this request match, and this is related to permission. We can add related to roles as well. For example, let's say request matches, same path I will add, and now if I say has role, and then it will try to look for the role, right? So admin will be able to access any API within this particular weather. So that's how role based authentication and that's how permission based authentication works. But now consider a scenario when you have thousands of API inside your application, thousands of pattern inside your application. How you are going to add all those things over here, right? That is the problem. Your filter chain will be like huge, right? So you cannot really do that. So in order to do that, something called as, let me go back over here. In order to do that, something called as method security comes into picture. So if you see over here, this is basically the method security, and annotations called as pre-authorize and post-authorize comes into picture in that case. So these two annotations are very, very important inside Spring Security. Alright, so we have completed section 4 as well. So we have seen what exactly is Spring Security Authorization architecture and its implementation as well. So until now we have seen what exactly is Spring Security architecture, the big picture, After that, we have looked into basic authentication, we have looked into JWT authentication, and we have looked into Spring Security Authorization architecture and its implementation. Now let's proceed to the next section and let's look into the method security. So method security in Spring, right? So first we will have a quick glance of what exactly is method security, why it is needed. After that, we will jump into pre-authorize annotations, internal working and its implementation, and same with post-authorize annotation. So pre-authorize and post-authorize annotations, we are going to look into this particular video. So let's get started with method security. So in the last video, we have seen authorization, right? So this is basically the weather service project that we have been looking into while implementing our security, right? And if we go inside security config, then you will see that we have this particular filter chain over here. And here, if you see, we have this request matchers. So for each get, post and delete request, we are giving the request matcher based on which we are giving the authority. That means if this particular get request have weather read permission, then only allow that. So that is something we have done by using request matchers. But again, as we discussed in the last video, if there are 1000 APIs inside your project, you cannot go ahead and do that over here in the filter chain, right? It will be a lot of tedious thing and a lot of code will be there, right? So what is the alternative? The alternative is method security. That is when method security comes into picture, right? So that is something we are going to implement in this video. So this is something we have seen in the last video. If you are yet to look into that, I will recommend go ahead and check it out. That is the base for this particular video. Now let's go back over here. And if you remember in the last video, we have seen this authorization architecture, right? We have seen that there is this authorization manager, which have a check method, which will help us to check if the authorization is successful or not. And what it will check this request matchers that we have just seen. But now we don't want this, right? We don't want this request matchers, but we want to achieve the same thing, right? So that is when annotations comes into picture, right? So how we are going to do it? It's pretty simple, right? So we have this weather API. So if I go inside weather controller and let's say we have this get weather. And here what I will do, I will just add pre-authorize annotation. So once we do that, it will just authorize before calling this particular method. So this particular get part, this particular request matcher can be easily replaced with this particular pre-authorize annotation. Now here we need certain parameters and we will come back to it. Before that, let's go over here. And if you see over here, the source of information I'm giving you is basically coming from this particular Spring Security documentation. This is basically official documentation. I will just put the link inside description. You can go ahead and check. Now it is just about adding a annotation, right? Your pre-authorize will work before calling this method and post-authorize will work after the completion of this particular method, right? It is just about adding a authorization, but how it works internally. So if I go over here, you will see this particular diagram. Now in order to simplify that, I have created this particular diagram over here. So I hope that is visible. So method security, and we are going to look into pre-authorized first, right? So this is our filter chain now, right? This is our filter chain. Now let's say we don't want it here, right? We don't want this request matches now. So what I will do, I will just comment those out, right? So all these things are not necessary over here. We are directly permitting only authenticate API and other APIs will be authenticated. This is basically authentication flow. Now what will happen? The request will come to your filter first. Your request will be authenticated by using JWT authentication filter. And once your request is authenticated, your request will go to your respective function, right? Once the authentication is completed. But now this method have a annotation. Which annotation this method have? We have added pre-authorize annotation, let's say. Then because this particular method have pre-authorize annotation, it will be intercepted, right? Intercepted by using Spring AOP. And an interceptor will be invoked before calling this particular method. So once your authorization is complete, before calling this particular method, there will be an interceptor because this particular method have pre-authorized annotation. And that interceptor is basically this guy, authorization manager before method intercept. And what is the job of this guy now? This guy's job is to check the authorization, whatever is present inside that particular pre-authorized annotation, right? So we are yet to give the authorization over here. We will come back to it. Now once this request is intercepted and your interceptor is called, this particular interceptor, what this interceptor will do, this will internally make use of authorization manager, right? The same authorization manager that we have seen in authorization architecture, right? What this authorization manager will do, this will again have a check method and this will have a specific implementation now. So if you go inside over here, then you will see same thing over here. So let's say we have security filter chain, and after that we have read customer method which have pre-authorize annotation. It will call this particular interceptor, and this interceptor will make use of authorization manager. And if you remember, authorization manager have multiple implementation. If I go over here into authorization architecture, then you will see that it have multiple implementation, and this particular pre-authorized authorization manager will come into picture over here. If you remember, we have briefly discussed this in the last video. This particular authorization manager's implementation will be your pre-authorized authorization manager. So now this authorization manager, that is your pre-authorized authorization manager, will make use of something called as method security expression handler. So your post authorization method will have some kind of expression in this bracket, right? We will see that in a bit. Now this particular expression will be handled by this guy. So the job of this method security expression handler is to get that particular expression from your pre-authorized annotation, and based on that expression it will make use of evaluation context, which will have details about your authentication, and it will authorize your request. And once that is authorized, it will come back to your interceptor, and if it is authorized, then we will successfully invoke get whether method. Otherwise we will send the error, that is access denied exception 403, that dude, you are not able to access. So if you go back over here, same thing is given over here, right? So if you see over here, we have this method security expression handler, and we have this evaluation context which have a supplier which is basically authentication object, and based on this guy your request will be authorized. Once it is authorized, it will be successfully invoked, otherwise you will get access denied exception. And same thing they have for authorization. So if you see the below part over here, this particular below part, this below part is for post authorization, right? So above part is for pre-authorization, below part is for post-authorization, right? That also we will see in a bit. Now as we understand how pre-authorization works, let's try to implement it quickly, right? Now let's go back over here and let's go to our security config, right? So first thing we need to do over here is, according to documentation, let's go up. First thing we need to do is we need to annotate our configuration class with enable method security annotation, right? What this guy will do, this guy will enable method security annotation for us, right? As the name suggests. So I will go over here and I will add that particular annotation. I will quickly import it. Next thing we will do, so if you see over here, what we had request matches HTTP GET, and for this particular weather API, we had weather read as permission. So what we will do, we will go back over here, and here in the pre-authorize, in the double quote we will say has authority, and here we will just add weather read. That means before invocation of this method, check if the requested user have authority as weather read. Now if you remember, we have created a couple of users. First user is your admin, right, which have role as admin, and second user is your simple user which have role as user. And if you remember, in the role enum we have assigned the permissions. So admin have whether read, whether write, and whether delete permissions, and your user only have whether read permission. So basically once we add this particular whether read permission inside this controller, both admin and user should be able to access this guy. Now same thing we can do over here in the add weather. So let me just copy this guy. I will just paste it over here. There we go. And now I will say weather write. Now only admin have weather write and your user do not have weather write. So your user should not be able to access the weather write API. And the third one is basically, if we go back to security config, then the third one was related to delete, right? So let's quickly add that as well. I will go to delete API over here, and I will go to delete mapping, delete city, and here I will just add pre-authorize, and I will say whether delete. Now once we do that, let's try to run our application. So I'll say stop and rerun, and let's try to test it. And let me bring up my Postman real quick. So this is basically our delete API. Before that, let's go to get API. Before that, what we need a token, right? We need a authorization token, and I'm trying to find the API for that. So there we go. This is basically our authenticate API, and here what we are passing admin and admin 1234. So this is basically our admin user, right? And what we will do, I will just copy this and I will go back to our get API. So there we go. This is basically our get API. And what I will do, I will just replace this bearer token. And if you see over here, we are getting the respective details. And let's try to add the data now. So we will add the data for, let's say, Manali now. Manali is pretty cold with, let's say, 1 degree Celsius. And what I will do, I will just replace this particular token over here. There we go. And I will quickly try to hit that, which will create this guy for us. Now let's go back to our authenticate API and let's try to create for our user, right? So user and user 1234. Let's try to send it. We got the token. Let's go back to our get API and let's try to fetch the details for Manali now, right? And let me send it. If you see over here, we are getting the respective output, right? No problem. But let's try to create it now. What I will do, I'll just replace the token of the user now. And what I will do, I will just try to add weather for, let's say Kochi. Kochi is again very rainy, right? And it have 12 degrees Celsius. Let's try to send it. If you see over here, we are getting 403 forbidden because our user do not have permission to add. Our user do not really have permission to add the weather right permission is not there, right? So that is how your pre-authorization annotation actually works. Now what we can do, let's quickly have a debug session, right? So what I will do, I will go over here and try to send this request, right? So let me send it, and before that I should unmute all the debug points and let's send it again. So if you see over here, we are in authorization filter, right? So this guy is basically in filter chain, so it will just try to do its work, right? Now we are here in the request matcher delegating authorization manager that we have seen in the last video. But if you see over here in the matcher, it does not have much. Last time we had these 3 matchers, right? 1, 2, 3. But at the moment we don't have any, right? We have this default matcher which is doing nothing, right? So it will just skip that. And if we proceed, let's keep proceeding. And if you see over here, we are in authorization manager before method interceptor, right? And this guy is the exact interceptor that we have seen over here. So if you see that authorization manager before method interceptor is the one that we are seeing over here. Now, if you see over here, this invocation, then if you see that we have this intercepted method, which is basically get weather. So this interceptor is being called before get weather method. After that, if you see over here, we have this matchers, and inside this matchers, you will see a point cut expression. And inside this point cut, if you see over here, then you will see that there is something called as pre-authorized. It should be there, pre-authorized, right? So this is basically point cut for pre-authorized, right? So this is basically the interceptor which is intercepting your request and authorizing stuff for you. Now what it will do, it will just make use of authorization manager. So if we proceed, then you will see that authorization manager is basically pre-authorize authorization manager. Pre-authorize authorization manager, which is basically the implementation of your authorization manager, right? So we have seen that over here as well, right? This pre-authorize authorization manager, or here also we have seen that pre-authorize authorization manager, right? So that is how it is working. Now this guy will authorize the request. If you see over here, it is again making use of check method to check your authorization, and once the authorization is completed, your request will come to get weather controller. So that's basically how it is working. So if you are not aware of how Spring AOP works or how interceptors works, right, I have already created videos on that. You will find those videos in my Spring security playlist. You can go ahead and check them, right? So it's very easy, right? So that is how it is working. And now here in the pre-authorize, we are giving has authority, right? Here we can give roles as well. So instead of has authority, we can just say has role, and we can add respective role over here. For example, let's say user. Or if you have multiple roles, then you can say has any role, and you can add multiple roles over here, which can be separated by comma. That means any user having this role among these 2 roles will be able to get the weather. So again, if we rerun this application, it will just work in a same way. If you see over here, user will be able to get the respective data. So it's about adding whatever you want to add inside your pre-authorized annotation. So that is about your pre-authorized annotation. Pretty simple stuff. So let me go back over here, and we have seen method security, we have seen pre-authorize, we have seen the implementation of that one as well. And post-authorize is again very simple thing, right? So if I go back over here now Now before calling getWeather, we had this particular interceptor. Now after calling this method also, we can have an interceptor, and that interceptor will be triggered based on what? Post authorize annotation. If we go back over here, then as per this diagram, if you see over here, after the execution of read customer, you have authorization manager after method interceptor, and this interceptor will again do the same thing. This interceptor now will call post authorize authorization manager, which again will have method security expression handler, and inside that we have authentication supplier, which will authorize the request and tell this guy if that particular expression is valid or not. And if it is not valid, then we will again still get access denied. Otherwise, the request will continue processing normally. So instead of this before method interceptor, we will just have after method interceptor in that case. Alright, so let's try to understand post authorize now with an example. Now let's say we have a log, right? Weather log. So I have created a weather log entity over here. It should be here in the entity, right? So we have weather log, right? So we want a functionality. The user who adds the log should only be able to retrieve the log. Again, so user who is going to add the log only should have the ownership of that particular log, and when we get the log from the user, only the log should be returned if that particular user added it. For example, here I have this weather log controller, right? And here what we are doing, we are adding the log inside our application, and while adding, what we are doing, we are just setting the name to it. So if you go inside weather log entity, it has performed by, right? So what we can do, while adding this particular log, we will just add that particular name. Let me restart this particular application and let's see what happens. So the application is started. Let me go back over here and create a admin token. Let me copy it. What I will do, I will try to add one log, right, by using this admin. So I will just replace this. I will just send it. Your log is added. What we are adding, Mumbai, right, and performed by admin. So now here we are storing the user as admin, right? So as the token is of admin. Now if I go back over here to get API and try to invoke it, let me go to authorization and try to replace this token, then I will be able to get it, right? And if I go back over here and get the user token, now copy this guy and try to get this token again, then we will still get it, right? Because we are not adding any authorization yet. But now let's say what I want to do, if admin have added this particular token, then only admin should get it, right? Or if the user have added this token, then only user should get it. So if we want to do something like that, then what we can do, we can make use of pre-authorized annotation. So either we can add it over here or we can add it in the service layer as well. So all these annotation can also be added at the service layer. So what I will do, I will say post authorize, and here what we need to do, we will say the return object. So return object is basically this particular object, weather log dot performed by, this particular weather log have performed by, right? So we are checking if this particular return object dot performed by is equals to authorization dot name. That means whatever the name is there in the authorization user, it should be similar as performed by. If it is not similar, don't return. So now I will just restart this application, and the data should be already there inside the database. So now if I try to access this by using user token, you will see that we are getting 403. So that is basically the use of your post authorize annotation, right? So basically define the ownership of that particular data. So what exactly is happening over here? After the invocation of this method, your interceptor is coming into picture, and that is how your post authorize annotation works, and we have seen the implementation as well. And there are a couple of more annotations. So if you go back over here, then same thing you can achieve by using pre-filter and post-filter as well. Now what is pre-filter? So in this example, if you see, we are accepting these accounts, right? So it's a list of accounts. But what if I want to filter certain accounts? So if owner account matches your logged in user, then only this particular accounts will be allowed. Otherwise it will be removed from this particular object, right? So that is basically the job of pre-filter. And same, you should have something called as post filter as well. Now what post filter will do? Now this method is returning the accounts. So this returning object will be filtered based on this condition. Same thing we have seen by using post authorize, right? But now the question will be, what is the difference between post filter and your post authorization So as you can see over here, post authorization will actually work on a single object, right? It will decide whether to return this object or not. But what if you have collection? You have 10 objects and you want to filter 5 objects which do not match this condition. That is when you can make use of this post filter. So here only objects which do not match this condition will be removed from this collection. Other objects will be still returned to your user, right? So that is basically the difference between these two. And you can make use of pre and post filters as well in order to filter from your collection. You can make use of those annotations as well. Pretty simple stuff. So that also we have seen pre-filter and post filter. So I will just mark it as done. It is pretty simple and basic stuff, right? It will just work similar to this particular post authorize, but it will just work on collection. All right, so we have looked into the method security as well, and that is basically completed. So section 5 is basically done. Now it is time to move to user management. So in this section, we will look into how we can manage the users and how user management works inside Spring Security. So we will start with user management, how we can manage the user, and we will see the implementation quickly. So before jumping into anything else, let's quickly have a quick recap of what we have seen until now. We are looking into this weather service to implement Spring Security. And we have implemented this Spring Security filter chain where we are working on JWT authentication. And here if you see, we have these users. So this is basically users entity which is implementing user details. User details is basically coming from Spring Security. It's an interface provided by Spring Security which gives us all these methods. And in the last few videos, we have also seen the authorization part of that. And we have implemented roles. So if you see over here, we should have something called as roles. So here we have roles, admins and user, right? We have a couple of roles which we can assign to this particular user. So if you see over here, we will have something called as roles, and each role will have a set of permissions over here. And permissions is again an entity where we have 3 types of permissions: read, write, delete. And if you remember how we are creating users over here, so we have something called as a command line runner, right? So we have this command line runner over here where what we are doing, we are just creating a new admin. We are giving some password by using password encoder and we are saving that into a repository. But this is not an ideal way of doing that. You cannot create users inside your real-time application like this. Here we have quickly created this admin and user for demo purpose, right? But it should not be used like this inside our real life applications. So in the real life applications, we should be creating users and admins by a different way. So that is something which we are going to look into this particular video. Now let's get back over here and let's get started with how we can create and manage users. Let's try to understand how to create and manage users by using this diagram. So let's say we are working on a public application. You might have used many public applications or many websites. What you can do over there, you can just go and register yourself, right? You can go ahead and register, you put your email ID, password, blah, 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 right? It will just create a user for you. In the same way, if you have a public application, you can create a user by using self-registration. What we can do, we can go to UI, type our username and password, and we get ourselves register. So here we have a role, right? This role, this user role is basically for a public user. And this admin role is basically for administrator. But now admin cannot self-register himself, right? He needs to be registered in the database and it should be an authorized person. Or if you need to create other admins, then only admin should have permission to create other admins. That is when this other flow comes into picture. Normal user can go ahead and use the API and get themselves registered. But admin needs to be manually entered into database, the first admin, and the other admins needs to be created by using that particular admin. So one admin can create multiple other admins, but user cannot create admins, right? Now this is for a public application. So if you're working on a public application, then you should go with this approach. But if you are working on an internal application, let's say, then there is no user registration, right? Self-registration is not allowed. So that goes out of the picture. But in this case, your admin can create other admins and your admin can add other users inside your applications as well. You might have seen multiple applications where you need to raise a request for certain access, and that guy administrator will create a user for you in the database, and after that you can go ahead and log in inside your application. So that is mostly for the internal applications, and that is how it works. There is no self-registration. So what we are going to do, we are going to start implementing this and we will see how we can implement it very easily, right? So we are going to follow API based approach over here since we do not have any UI. This registration can also work with UI. So let's get started with the implementation. So let's directly jump into the implementation part over here. So what we are going to do over here, first we will create a DTO. So let me create a new Java class, and here I will just say register user request so that we can accept a JSON from a API, right? So we are going to create an API, isn't it? So this is going to be a normal Pojo where we will have details of user. So we will have similar details as of this one. So let me just copy these three over here and add it over here. And I will just remove this guy. Enumerated is not needed. So what all things we have over here? We have username, password, and role. This role is going to be optional field for your user. Completely optional, because when the user is registering himself, he don't care about the role, right? This is internal to our application. But when the admin is creating another user, admin can create either user or admin can also create an admin, right? So admin can pass the role respectively over here. And here I will say command N and I will create getters and setters. And for everyone I will create, and that's it. So we have created our register user request. Now we will go to, let's say, controllers. Where is our controller? And create a new controller. And let's give it a name as user controller and let's create it. And we will say here, this is going to be a REST controller. And let's go ahead and create a service as well. So let's say new user service. So there we go. We have created user service as well. And here what we are going to do, we have user detail repository over here, which is basically a JPA repository for our users. So users is basically our entity which is extending or implementing your user details. So this is basically entity which is going to be stored inside your database users table. So let's go back over here and let's auto wire our user details repository. So I will say user detail repository and make it private final. And that will ask me to initiate inside a constructor, which is basically a constructor injection. So there we go. And here what we are going to do, we are going to create a new method to register a user. So here we will say public, for now let's return a string and I will say register user, right? And this guy will accept what? This guy will accept the request that we have created, isn't it? And that's it. So this is basically our function. Now what this function will do? So here overall we need to do three things. First thing, we need to check if user is already present. If the user is already present, then return some kind of response, right? Respective response. Second thing we need to do is encode password. Second thing, encode the password which is present in this particular request, because we do not directly store the password inside your database, right? We need to encode that by using password encoders. And third thing obvious is basically save user. Now let's first implement this guy. So what we will do, we will just first check if user detail repository dot find by username, and here we will pass the username coming from this particular registered user dot get username. And here we will say if present. If present, then what we will do, we will just return the respective message, or rather we can throw exception as well. Let's say throw new runtime exception saying user already exists. And that is basically our first part. Let's go to next one, right? So here what we need to do, we need to encode the password in the request. So what we need to do, we need to first create a user, because we are going to store the users inside our database, right? So I will just say new users. There we go. So we have a users object. So I will just say users.set username. The username is going to be username from this request. And second thing we are going to do over here is the users.set role, and the role is going to be coming from again your registered user dot get role, and the third thing is going to be your password. But now this password is not encoded. We need to encode this password. Now if you remember in the Spring Security, if I go back over here, we should have Spring Security architecture over here. If you remember, we have something called as password encoder for encoding our password. What we are going to do, we are going to use the same password encoder which we have created over here. So if you go over here, we have this password encoder bean, which is basically using Bcrypt password encoder. What we will do, we will just inject that over here in the user service. So I will just say password encoder and I will just make it private final. and that will ask me to initiate it inside a constructor. There we go. And here what we will do, we will just say password encoder dot encode, and we will just give the request dot get password. So that will just encode the password for us, and it will just store it inside a database for us. And the last thing we need to do is we need to save this inside a database. So I will just say save, and I will just pass this user's entity over here, and that should do the job. And what we can do, we can perhaps return this users directly from this particular class, and I will just say return from this thing, because this will return us the users, right? The save method will return us the users. There we go. We have implemented all our to-dos. So let me just remove them, and that's it. So we have our user service ready. Let's go back to our user controller, and here what we will do, we will first inject our user service. User service. I will again make this guy as private final, and that will ask me to initialize in the constructor, which is basically constructor injection. And now what we are going to do, let's create a endpoint over here. So let's create a public method and let it return string for now, and we will say register user. And here we will accept what we will accept. Register user request we will accept, and we will mark it as a request body. There we go. So we will accept this guy over here. And what we will do, first thing we will do is, as this is going to be a public API and register user, and for a public users, we will first add a role inside this particular request. So we will say set role, and we will add role as role.user, right? Because this is going to be a user. And now I will say our user service dot register user, and we will just pass the request over here, which will add the user for us. And what we are going to return, and let's try to use response entity over here, and response entity of, perhaps we will create a new entity for response as well. So we can create another DTO. What I will do, I will just create a new class, let's say user response. And here we will simply add few details over here, where we will add ID, username and role, and password is not needed when we return this particular response, right? And here what I will do, I will just say command N, we will create a new getters and setters. Apart from that, let's create a new parameterized constructor as well, so that we can easily create this particular user response. There we go. So we have created this, and here I will just say user response now. But now register user should return user response as well. Why to unnecessary return this particular user, right? So here we will say user response, and here what we will do, we will return a new response. So I will just catch it in a variable. So we have a saved user, let's say, let's name it as saved user, better name. And here we will now return a new user response. Here we will say saved user dot get ID, comma saved user dot get username, and last one is role. So here I will say saved user dot get role. So again, after saving, we are just collecting the saved user, and we are returning a new user response, and we are passing three things: saved user dot get ID, dot get username, and get role. And get role dot name, because this will again return a string, because our user response needs a string over here, which is basically a role. Now we will go back to our controller. Let me zoom it a bit. And here what we will do, we will just collect the response. We will just collect the response, and we will just say return response entity dot OK of our user response. And that's it. We have implemented our one of the API. Now what we will do, let's try to quickly test this particular API. Now let me bring up this particular application. Now there we go, our application is started. And guess what? We have just added a method, but we did not really add any mapping. How it is going to work without adding any mapping? So let's add a mapping, and here we will say, register. And here also we can add some request mapping saying API/user, so that the API will be /API/user/register, right? So that is basically our API. So now let's quickly restart our application. Meanwhile, let me just create a new API for us over here. So it is basically a post API. So what I will say over here /API/users/register. And now what this needs is, this needs a JSON object, right? This particular JSON object for our request. So we have created this request, right? So it needs username, it needs password, and role is basically not required. So I will just pass a new username, let's say Chetan, right? And we will give password Chetan123, right? Simple password. Now what we will do, let's try to hit this API. Now do you see what is happening? We are getting 403. Why we are getting 403? Because we are not passing any authentication, right? We are not passing. Authentication is no auth. And if you go back inside our application, all our APIs are secured. If you see over here, apart from our authenticate API, all other API are secured. And that is the reason we are not able to call this particular API. But now when we say this API is going to public and anyone is going to register by using this API, then we need to make this guy public as well. So what we need to do, we need to add another matcher over here. So I will just copy this and I will add another one, and I will just add this particular API over here. Let me go back, let me copy it, and let's try to paste it over here. So we are permitting that particular API now, and now let's try to rerun this. There we go. So application is up, and let's try to hit it now. Now did you see our user is basically created? The user is basically created with ID 3. And now if I go to authenticate API and try to pass that user, so if I pass Chetan and what was it, Chetan123, right, and try to send it, then it should give us the respective JWT token. If I try to pass some wrong password, then it will again give me forbidden. So we have successfully added our user. Now let's go back over here and let's try to add. So we have added this self-registration part. Now let's add an admin API so that that guy can add an admin. Now let's go back and let's try to add another method over here. Again, we will say public, we will say response entity, and again we will pass the same user response. And here we will say register by admin. And again here we will get a request body, which is again going to be our register user request. There we go. So we have created this method, and now here we don't need to set any role because we expect this particular admin who is going to call this API to set that respective role. So what we will do over here, we will directly call this user service.register user. We will pass this particular request and we will get it in a variable saying user response, and we will just return response entity dot OK of your user response. And now here what we need to do, let's create another post mapping over here, and here we will add a mapping. Let's add /admin/create API/user/admin/create. Now this API is not going to public. This API will be called by your admin. Now here we are going to make use of @pre-authorize, right? So pre-authorize is something which we have already seen in the last videos. And here we will say has role, and here we will pass admin. This particular admin needs to be in single quote. Now if you remember, we already have one admin we have added by using a command line runner so that this admin can create other admins. So you ideally need to at least have one admin inside your application so that that guy can create other admins. Now your application is up. Let's go back over here. We will go to this particular authenticate API and let's create a token for admin. So we'll say admin1234. I don't remember the password. Let's go ahead and check it. It's admin1234. Let's try to get that particular token. We got the token. Let's copy it. And now we will call other API. Let me probably duplicate this tab. API/user/admin/create. And here we will pass the body, and here we will pass another one, that is role. And here we can just simply say admin. Now if anyone is going to hit this API, they will get 403 forbidden, because unlike this particular API, our admin creation API will be only accessed by admin and it is not public. Now let me go back over here and let me just copy this particular authentication token. Let's go back over here. Let's try to add a bearer token. Let me just replace this, and I will just say admin1, and because we are creating another admin, and we'll just say admin, and we will just say password as admin123, and here we will pass a role. And now let's try to hit this. Now if you see, the admin is created for us. And now let's try to get the token by using this particular admin 1 and admin 1 2 3. If you see over here, we are getting the respective token. If you pass another admin, it will not give you because this admin does not exist, right? So that is basically how we have created this particular scenario where one admin can create other admins. Now, when it comes to internal application, you do not have this particular self-registration. So in this case, this particular API is of no use. But your other API will come into picture over here, this particular API. Now here we have seen how we can create admins, but this admin can create other users as well. What this guy needs to do, this guy just have to pass the role over here, the user role, that this particular user is basically a user and not admin. For example, let's say Pushpa, right? And let's try to pass Pushpa 1 2 3 as a password. And now if I send it, then you will see that a user will be created and not admin. So that is how you can manage your users, right? You can manage your users and admins. So we have simply created a couple of APIs in order to manage your users and roles. Instead of directly creating users by using command line runner, we have made it dynamic now, and we can directly add by using APIs. So that is how you can do user management, and we have also seen the implementation part of that. Alright, so section 6 is also completed. So we have seen the user management, and in the next section, that is section 7, we are going to start with OAuth. So what we are going to do, we will first understand what exactly is OAuth. After that, we will see a quick example of OAuth and we will see how it actually works. After that, we will see the roles in OAuth architecture, and after that, we will see the OAuth process flow, right? Kind of a flow diagram we will see, and we will try to understand how exactly it works. So let's get started with what exactly is OAuth. So if we talk about the definition of OAuth, OAuth is basically an authorization framework. So it's basically used for authorization, not authentication. That allows third-party application to obtain limited access to users' protected resource without exposing their credentials, right? Now this might sound confusing. Let's see a quick example of that. So if you see over here, I'm using this tool, which is basically eraser, right? To show you this document that I am using, or this particular canvas that I usually show. This is basically diagram and all that I use, right? Now this particular application allows me to log in by using OAuth. So if you see over here, let me just quickly log out, right? So this is basically the platform, right? Eraser. Now if I click on login, what will happen? If you see over here, it is giving me the option to log in with Google, right? I haven't created any account in this particular eraser, right? I don't have any account there. But what I can do, I can just click on login with Google, right? Now what will happen? It will redirect me to the login page of Google. So this is sign in with Google, and it is asking me to select a account. So let me just quickly select this one. And now if you see, it will directly redirect me to Eraser app, and I am logged in already. So if you see over here, this is basically I am logged in. And now I can show you whatever I want. My data is basically saved over here. And there we go. We have successfully logged in without even creating an account on this particular eraser. Now what exactly is happening? Eraser is basically third-party application, and Google is giving limited access to users' data. Here, who is the user? I am the user, right? And my user data is stored inside Google, right? I'm already logged in there. I'm already authenticated inside Google. And this eraser is basically requesting the limited access to my data from Google so that it can log me in, right? It will just take my data from Google instead of me giving data directly to eraser, right? Now let's try to understand this with a diagram probably. So if you go over here, now if you see, this is the user, right? So this is basically my user. Now what I did, I go to sign in page and I said I want to log in on eraser, and it gave me an option of login with Google. I clicked on it, and this guy redirect me to page of Google, and Google said sign in with Google, dude. Then I clicked on my account, right? Now here what is happening, Google is basically authenticating me. But if you see over here, I'm already logged in this particular browser. That's why it did not ask me to put my username and password. It is already authenticated. So I clicked on my account and I got signed in inside this particular eraser. Now once I clicked on my account, what Google did, Google already have my data inside its database, right? All user information is there. Google already authenticated me once, right? I'm an authenticated user of Google. Now what Eraser will do, Eraser will just need a protected data of my user. But what Google will do, Google will not share any credentials, any password will not be shared with Eraser. Only the data, user data that is needed by Eraser will be shared. That also we need to give some permission when we do it first time, right? You might have seen a page that Eraser will get this particular data from your Google account. So we need to give the authorization. Once you give that, your Eraser will get that particular data and your user information will be shared inside Eraser. In this case, your third party application is basically this Eraser, and Google is nothing but your authorization server, right? Now you will have multiple options. You may have login with Facebook, login with GitHub account, right? There are many things, right? Google is one of them and a very famous one. So we will be looking into that one, right? Now let's go back over here. So now this particular definition will be cleared. OAuth2 is basically authorization framework that will allow a third-party application, this guy, to obtain limited access to users' protected resources without exposing their credentials, right? So my credentials are safe inside Google. Google is not sharing my credentials, but it is sharing the only needed data in order to sign me in inside Eraser, right? Simple stuff. And it is basically a protocol. And the full form of this guy is basically open authorization, right? Open authorization basically. So that is basically your OAuth, and that is basically the example of OAuth that we have seen. Now let's proceed and let's look into rules. So now if I go over here in the OAuth 2 Spring Security, so this is basically Spring Security Documentation version 6.5.1, and here you will find OAuth 2, right? Because Spring Security provides support for OAuth, it's pretty good. So if you see over here, we will have some details, and if you see over here, we have this OAuth 2 architecture framework. So it will just take us to this data tracker. So it is basically OAuth 2 authorization framework documentation. And here, if you see, we have multiple things. What we will do, we'll just quickly go through the roles. So in the authorization flow or in the authorization architecture, there are multiple roles. When I say roles, roles means different entities. For example, client will be the one, user will be the one, right? So in the flow, we will encounter multiple users. For example, resource owner, resource server, client, authorization server, right? So we should know the meaning of all these things. Now, if you try to read this thing, it is a bit complex stuff. And all these entities are used inside the flow. So this is basically the protocol flow. Here you have client, here you have resource owner, here you have authorization server, and here you have resource server, right? But what exactly is this? If you try to read this, it will be a bit complex and it will be confusing stuff. So what I will do, I will go over here in the canvas and I have created this particular flow diagram and we will go through this instead. So side by side, we will look into this thing as well and we will try to understand both of them in parallel, right? This is basically the flow, how your OAuth will work. So let's get started with this. So if you see at the left side over here, this is basically my user. So it says resource owner. So first role over here that we saw is resource owner. That means owner of the protected resource. If you see over here in the definition, we have this protected resource, right? Limited access to users protected resource. Whose protected resource it is? It is the user's protected resource. So when we say resource owner, that is the user. That means it is me, right? Who is trying to log in inside application. I will go inside this particular application. Let's say it is a Spring Boot application. And that particular application is now called as client. The client is the one who is trying to get the user data, right? Get the user data from some third party application. For example, Google in this case. And that particular third party application is called as authorization server because that guy is going to provide the authorization data, right? So the next entity that we saw over here is authorization server. And the next one is resource server, right? Resource server means the server which actually have the user data that this particular Spring Boot application needs. In this case, again, this is Google, right? Because the user data is stored inside Google as well. So there will be the cases where your authorization server and resource server will be same. Let me just move it over here. You might not be able to see it. So we have this resource server over here, which is similar to authorization server. This is Google basically, right? Both of them are Google only. But internally, Google may have another user information API And here they may have some user login or token service that we will see. Now what happened first? I went to this particular application, let's say in this case Eraser, right? And what I did, I clicked on sign in. After that, this application gave me options to log in by using Google, right? So it basically kind of sent me authorization request that, dude, do you want to authorize by using Google? Then what I did, I granted the permission that yes, I want to authorize by using Google, and I clicked on Google, right? Then that is basically authorization grant. So I granted that particular authorization. Now once this Spring Boot application got this particular grant, what it did, it redirected me to Google, and Google have this login mechanism, right? It took me to Google's sign in page, and what I did over there, I performed a login. I selected my account, right? If you haven't logged in already, it will ask you to provide the credentials and then log in. So in the flow, first thing, authorization request was sent by the server. Second thing, we have given the authorization grant. Third thing, it redirected us to this particular authorization server. After that, fourth thing, what I did, I logged in by using my user. Number 5, what will happen, it will ask me to grant permissions so that this Spring Boot application can access the data of your Google. So if you're doing it for first time, you'll get a form asking your consent to grant permissions for your data so that this particular Spring Boot application can access it. Once you do that, what will happen, at number 6, a authentication code will be returned to this particular application. That, okay, dude, this particular user is authenticated. This is the authentication code returned. And by using this authentication code, what you can do, you can access the user data. Once the application receives authentication code from the authorization server, in this case, it is Google token service, let's say, what will happen in the next request, this particular application will send this authentication code to resource server, right? In this case, it will be Google's user info, right? Which is actually storing your user information. Again, let me move it so that you can see it. So your Spring Boot application will use this particular authentication code. It will send that particular authentication code to resource server, in this case Google, and this particular resource server will send the access token by using which this particular Spring Boot application can fetch the user data from this server. So once this particular Spring Boot application have this access token, it can go ahead and hit any endpoint of this particular Google or any other service to get the respective user data. So that is basically the simple flow of your OAuth, right? It's pretty simple stuff. So let's go back over here, and we have seen what exactly is OAuth. We have seen the example. We have actually tried to log in inside this particular Eraser by using OAuth. After that, we have seen the roles, we have seen the flow, right? We have seen this particular process flow as well. This particular flow diagram we have seen. Now, how to implement that inside Spring Boot is a question. Now, if you see over here, Spring Boot provides this particular dependency by using which you can easily configure OAuth2 inside your Spring Boot application, OAuth2 client basically. And here, if you see, we have this particular OAuth2 login. If I go inside it, you will see everything is given over here. Initial setup, how to set up redirect URI, how to configure application.yaml, and how to boot your application. It is pretty simple. Everything is done by your Google, right? We don't have to do much. We just have to use that particular services inside our Spring Boot application. So it is pretty simple. Alright, so we have looked into OAuth and we have seen the overall flow. Now in the last section, or section 8, we will see how we can implement OAuth or Google OAuth specifically by using Spring Security. So it is pretty simple stuff. So let's get started. So OAuth2 Spring Boot application implementation. So here is what we are going to look into. So first we will create a simple Spring Boot application. After that we will add a OAuth2 dependency. After that we will create a Google credentials because we are going to make use of Google for OAuth. After that we will just implement a simple API and we will test out how OAuth is working over there. So that is basically the simple agenda. So let's get started. So let's quickly create a Spring Boot application. So if I go to Spring Initializer, so here I'm creating a Maven project. I'm selecting the Spring Boot version. Let me zoom it a bit so that it's clearly visible to you. Now I'm just giving this as a group, this as a name of my application, OAuth demo. I'm selecting Java 17, packaging as jar. And here if you see, I have added Spring Web. After that I have added Spring Security, and after that I have added OAuth client as well. Right, so OAuth client also you will need to add because we want to implement OAuth. For that, I have just downloaded this particular project and I have opened it in IntelliJ. So what I will do, I will just pull that one as well. So there we go. If you see over here, we don't have much. So if you see over here, we have this application file. In the resources, we will have this application.properties. And in the POM file, if you see over here, then we will have this OAuth2 client dependency, which is very, very important over here. After that, we have the Spring security as usual. After that, we have the starter web. We have this test, which is not really needed over here. So that's fine. So that is basically the dependency we are talking about, Maven dependencies. And we don't have much in this particular application. So if I run this application now from here, it will just start without any problem. Basically, there is nothing. It's an empty application. So let's go back over here. Now, if I go to Canvas, this is basically what we have seen in the last video. This is basically how it works. This is the flow of your OAuth. If you are yet to look at that particular video, just go ahead and check it out. It will be very, very helpful for you to understand this particular video. So basically from your Spring Boot application, we will redirect to Google and perform our login part as we usually do in our lot of applications. For example, we have seen the login inside this particular application. So this is a eraser application where I am using OAuth itself. So I highlighted it in the last video. So go ahead and check it out. Now, if you remember, we have already seen this particular Spring security architecture in many of our videos in this series. Now here, the moment we add this particular dependency OAuth2 client, this OAuth2 client dependency provides us a security filter. The name is OAuth2 login authentication filter. This one, OAuth2 login authentication filter. Now what we need to do, we need to register this filter inside our filter chain. So we have the filter chain, right? So if you remember, we have security filter chain. In that we have different security filters like basic authentication filter or JWT authentication filter. Similar to that, we need to add this particular filter. I mean, it is already present by using this library, but we need to tell security filter that dude, make use of this filter. If the user is not authenticated, go ahead and use this. So what we need to do, we need to add a security filter chain first. So what we will do, we'll just quickly side by side. I will just go ahead and I will just create a new package. Let's say config, and I will just create a new class over here, call it as security config, mark it by using @configuration. And what we will do, I will just create a security filter chain. So let me just add it over here. Right. So I have just added a bean for security filter chain. And if you see over here, it's the same stuff that we have already seen multiple times. We have this authorize HTTP request. For each request, we are just matching the request. So let's just create a single public API which will be accessible without any authentication. So we will just permit this API. Other APIs will be authenticated. And how they will be authenticated? By using OAuth2 login. So we just need to tell this security chain that if the user is not authenticated, authenticate that guy by using OAuth2 and just pass the default customizer over here, customizer.with defaults. Nothing much. You just need to add this simple one line, right? We don't have to do much over here. Now after that, what I will do, let me just create a new package for controller. And let's try to add a simple controller over here. So I have just added this simple controller. So it's basically a REST controller, demo controller over here. I'm adding one public API and one private API, right? Nothing much, very, very simple stuff. So this public API/public will be outside our security because we are permitting that, right? And this guy, private guy, will not be outside our security. So what I will do, I will just stop this application and I will run it again. I will go over here and I will run this application. Now, if you see over here, your application is not coming up, right? It is failing, and it is failing. What is the error? Let's check it out. It says client registration repository could not be found. And what is client registration repository? It's a class present inside your OAuth2 client. So this is basically the class which is present inside OAuth2 client. What exactly is happening? As I'm telling it to enable OAuth2 login, it needs something. It needs OAuth2 details, right? So if you go back over here, so here in the flow diagram, we need a authorization server when it comes to OAuth, right? we need a token of authorization server, we need client ID, client secret, everything we need, right? If we do not provide it, this guy will just crash saying that I don't have all the details, and this bean is basically not created, and that's why it is crashing. So Spring Security basically needs client registration repository to know how to connect to your authorization server. What is the client ID? What is the client secret? All these details will be provided to Spring Security by using this particular repository. What we need to do, we need to provide this information in the configuration. What I will do, I will just create a new application.yaml file over here, and I will quickly add a configuration. Now there we go. So we have added this particular configuration, Spring Security OAuth2 client. Now we will have client detail. What is it? Registration by using Google and Google client ID, Google client secret. After that, we have a provider, which is again Google, and we have the authorization URL from where exactly we want to authorize. After that, we have token URL for getting OAuth token. After that, we have user info URL over here. So all these details are basically needed by OAuth. We will jump into the details of it as and when we go through it, right? So now I just added this particular application.yaml file, and I have just added this particular details which is needed by this guy, this client registration repository, which is indeed needed by Spring Security to perform OAuth. Now what I will do, I'll try to bring up the application again. Now if you see, the application just come up fine. That means it got all the details it needed by using this particular configuration, right? But this configuration is not correct. If you see client ID and client secret, we are yet to generate from Google. This is basically just placeholder. We will go through it later, right? So now what we will do, let me just go to browser and let me just try to hit the public API. So this is basically the public API, and if I hit it, you will see that we are getting this particular content on the browser. You see over here, that is what we are returning from this particular browser, right? So this is basically public API. Nothing surprising over here. Now we are directly able to access this because we have skipped it. We have permitted it in the filter chain, but the private API we did not permit. What I will do, I will just go ahead and type private over here instead of public. Now let's try to hit this private. Now did you see what happened? Now it redirected us to this particular page of Google, right? So it redirected us to Google page. Now it is saying access block, authorization error. Why it is saying? Because we don't have client ID, client secret over here. This is the fake client ID, client secret we are providing. That's why this guy is crying that, dude, this client is not found in our databases. What are you doing? What are you doing over here? Right? So that is something which this guy is saying. But the thing over here is with minimal changes, right? With minimal changes, what change we did? We just added a OAuth2 library and we just added this particular line. With these minimal changes, we are just able to land at Google's page. This guy is redirecting us to Google's page in order to authenticate the user. How simple is it? It is very simple, and it is simple because of this particular library provided by Spring Security or your Spring Boot, right? So this is basically Spring Boot library comes into security section. Now this library is making it so easy for us to enable this OAuth. Now what we need to do? You tell me what we need to do. We just need to go to Google, get a client ID, get a client secret, put it in your application, and things will just start working smooth like butter. So what we will do, let's go back to our application. We did not do much over here. We have this simple API, and what we will do now, so we'll just go through this. Now if you see over here, what exactly is this configuration? If you see, client ID is basically client ID of your Google. Client secret is basically secret key that Google provides us in order to register our client to this particular Google, right? So Google is basically authorization server for us. If I go back over here to our diagram, then this is basically authorization server is Google, and for Google, our Spring Boot application is client. So it will provide client ID and client secret. We will put it over here, right? Simple stuff. After that, the scope. Scope means once the user is authenticated, what information is needed by this particular application. So our application needs these three information from Google. So here I'm adding OpenID, which is basically required for OpenID Connect. After that, we have profile, so user profile basically, and we need email, right? So user profile may contain various details, and after that we have email. After that we have provider, which is basically Google in this case. After that, we have authorization URI. That means this is a redirection URI that where exactly we want to go. If I go back over here, this is the authorization server URI we are talking about. After that, we have token URI. That means by using this particular URI, our application will exchange authentication tokens. And after that, we have user info URI. That means by using this particular URI, our application will fetch the user request once we have the authentication token. So this authentication token will be used to fetch the details from this URI. We just need to provide these things and this library will do its job. Particular library will do its job. So we have provided these details. The only detail we are yet to provide is basically client ID and client secret. What we will do, let's go ahead and generate. Let me go back over here, and as I remember, it is console.cloud.google.com and I'm already logged in. So here if you see, I have this project created. So you just need to create a new project. If you do not have, just go ahead and create it. So if you do not have any existing project, you will get an option to create a new project. After that, you can go to API and services. Once you click on that, what you can do, you can go to credentials and here you can create a new credential. Create credential. Here you select OAuth client ID. So once you select that, here application type, I will select web application. A quick note, if you are doing this for the first time, it will ask you to create a consent page, right? So it is a simple 4 or 5 steps. You can just provide your details and you can just create a consent page. So this page is basically the consent page, and this email ID and stuff you need to configure over there. After that, you can just go ahead and create this client ID. So this web application I will just give this name. I'll just keep default. After that, I will just add the authorized redirect URI. That means once our user is authenticated, it will be redirected to this particular URI. What I will do, I'll just add a local host URL over here. This is basically the local host login OAuth2 code Google. So simple URL I'm adding over here, and I will just say create. Once I clicked on create, it created this particular client ID and client secret for me. What I will do, I'll just copy it and I will put the client ID over here and the client secret is here. So I will just put that as well over here. Let me say download. So there should be an option to download so that we don't miss it. So this particular OAuth2 client ID is created for us. Now this client ID is created and we have copied it over here. Now what we will do, we'll just quickly restart our application and the application is restarted. Now what we will do, I will go back to this particular sign in page and I will just close it and let's again hit our localhost private API. Now do you see, now it is saying choose an account. Now it is not giving any error because it found the correct client ID and client secret. So this guy is happy now. Now what I will do, I'll just select one account. So once I click on this, once I choose this account, all these things will happen. So we are already redirected to Google. Now we will just log in, then we will just grant a permission. After the authentication code will be returned, and by using this authentication code, our application will just get the token, and by using that token, it will just fetch the user information and everything will happen behind a scene. You won't see a thing. And let me just go back over here and let me just click on sign in with Google. Now this is basically the consent. Now if I go back over here, user grant permission. So it is asking us to grant a permission now. That dude, Google will allow local, that means our local application. This local name and stuff can be configured when it will ask you to create a consent screen. Right? So I gave the name as local, and it is saying that local will have access to your profile, that is your name and the email ID, because we are asking these things in this particular scope. Now let me just say continue, and there we go. We got this authenticated returned over here. So if you see over here, we are just returning authenticated. So authentication is successful. Now no matter how many times I just refresh it, it will just keep on working. Even if I try to load it again, it will just work, right? No problem until we restart our application. So let me just quickly restart our application so that the authentication is not present anymore over there. And now if I go back and say localhost.private, then it will again redirect me to Google, right? So it is working just fine. So let's go back over here, and that is it. That is OAuth for us. Now this is what is visible to our eyes. Now the moment I hit this particular API, the private API, how magically this screen is appearing, right? So that is the question, right? How magically it is redirecting to Google, right? So that is something we need to understand, right? Without understanding, how we can close. So let's go back over here. And as I said in the beginning of this particular video, we have registered OAuth2 login authentication filter, right? Now in the Spring security architecture, we will have authentication manager, right? And this authentication manager will delegate the request to authentication provider. So now we will have authentication provider as well. So we will have OAuth2 login authentication provider. Now once the request will come to this particular filter, it will intercept it and it will find that, dude, this particular user is not authenticated. Then what it will do, it will delegate the request to authentication manager. That guy will give the request to this authentication provider, OAuth2 login authentication provider. And from here, the authentication flow of Google will be started. And at the end, and once the authentication is completed, it will make use of default OAuth2 user service to fetch the data from Google's database. If you remember, when we implemented JWT authentication, we had to implement everything. We had to implement our custom filter, our authentication provider, our user detail service, and our local database, right? But here everything is provided by the OAuth client library, this particular library again. And things are happening behind the scene. So if you see over here, let me just copy it and let's try to look at it. So if I try to find, you will find the OAuth login authentication filter over here. And here you will have something called as attempt authentication. So it will just attempt authentication. After that, we will also have OAuth2. So if you see over here, we have this OAuth2 authentication provider, which will have authenticate method, and this guy will authenticate it for us. So what I will do, I will just go ahead and hit this particular API again. Let's see what happens. And guess what? We need to run in debug mode first. So let me just run in debug mode and let me just try to rerun this. Once I click on my email ID over here, we got over here in OAuth2 login authentication filter. That means now this particular filter is doing its job. After that, it will just create OAuth2 authorization request. So this authorization request will not be null. You will have something in this particular request. And if you see over here, we have this authorization URI. We have this client ID, this redirect URI, and all these things are coming from where? These things we only provided, which are coming from this application.yaml file. And this guy will try to authenticate by using all these details. And if you see over here, if I proceed, then you will find that it is coming into OAuth2 login authentication provider. So now it will actually go ahead and authenticate. And if you see over here, we also have this default OAuth2 user service, right? And if I go back over here, then you will see that we have this security context holder, which is used to store your authentication or security context, right? It's a principal object that we use to store after the authentication. So if you see over here, we have this OAuth2 authentication token. What we will do, we'll just go over here. Probably we'll just add it over here. We'll just say token, and let's try to, we will actually go ahead and see what exactly is there in this particular token, and let's try to print it as well. What I will do, I will probably just say token dot get principal. So it will just get principal object dot get attribute, and let's try to print email ID of whoever is logged in, right? So I'm just trying to print email ID, and let me just stop and rerun, and let me just try to refresh this page again. So it redirected us to Google. Let me click on this, and if you see over here, authenticated, and the email ID is coming from that particular authentication token. That is how this OAuth2 login authentication filter is intercepting this request, delegating it to this provider, and this guy is doing its job to authenticate by using Google, right? So in this case, Google is our authorization server. So that's how simply your Spring Boot application will be able to perform OAuth by using Google as your authorization server. Pretty simple stuff. And now if I put debug point over here and let's try to see what exactly is there in this particular token. Let me just open it. If you see over here, we have this principal object. If I open this and if you see this particular principal object over here, let me just click on view. Here are basically the details, right? So here we have a lot of details related to my user. And if you see over here, we have the name of the user as Chetan Ghate. And if you see email as well, so email is also present over here. And along with that, we have multiple details like token and stuff present over here, which this guy is capturing, right? So it is storing it basically inside your security context. So that's how simply OAuth2 works. We did not do much changes. We just added this particular security configuration. We have added the dependency in pom.xml, right? So this particular OAuth2 client dependency, we have just added security config. So this is basically our security filter chain object. And here we are just enabling by using this line, and that's it. Any API which is not public, that means which is not permitted over here, will be intercepted and will be authenticated by using OAuth. Very, very simple stuff. I don't know why people find it difficult, but it is pretty simple. It is simpler than JWT authentication as well. Very, very simple stuff. Let me know how you find it in the comment section. So pretty simple stuff. So let's go back. So we have created Spring Boot application, we have added this dependency, we have created Google credentials, and we have implemented OAuth for API in Spring Boot application. We have tested it and we have seen how it internally works. Alright, so we have seen the section 8 as well and implemented Google OAuth. That is basically the end of this particular Spring security, and we have seen all the sections. And by now you have an entire knowledge on Spring security. And I hope you will be able to implement any type of Spring security inside any project. And when it comes to interviews, you will be able to answer any question inside an interview. So that is basically Spring security for you in one shot. If you have any questions, feel free to ask inside comment section. If you like the video, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe to Code Snippet. Share this video with your friends so that they can also become master inside Spring security. That's it for this video. See you in the next video.